Check. Good evening and welcome. This is the, hey guys. The Planning Commission is now in session. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair Clow,
Yes, present.
Vice Chair Lawrence,
Here.
Secretary Smith,
Here.
Commissioner Faulkner, Commissioner Hinojosa Fall, Commissioner Lucero,
Here.
Commissioner Mirando,
Here.
Commissioner Pava,
Here.
Commissioner Toya. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
There's my name, but I won't do.
We've all done that. Commissioner Mirando, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We next will move on to the approval of the agenda. Staff, do you have any changes to the agenda?
Chair Clow, thank you. I have no changes to the agenda, but I do have a brief announcement I wanted to make, a housekeeping announcement, if that was okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. To anyone in attendance who parked in the city parking garage this evening, that garage closes and the elevators close at 10:30. If you would like to move your car before then, please do. Alternatively, I will be able to provide access at the culmination of the meeting tonight into the parking garage via the convention center. Yeah, and through the elevator, so that's all.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any changes to the agenda? And we have two commissioners on Zoom, so we need to make sure that we are paying attention and let you commissioners speak if you need to. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda? And because this is a hybrid meeting where we have people attending in person, both commissioners and the public, and also on Zoom, we are going to continue the roll call votes on all matters so that the voting is very clear and so that the public and all of us know how everyone is voting. Okay, so do we have a motion? Did someone make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Pava made a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Lucero seconded. So could we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojosa Fall, Commissioner Lucero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mirando,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Those are the July 16th, 2022 minutes. The commissioners who can vote on those minutes are the commissioners who were at the meeting on June 16th, or the commissioners who weren't at the meeting but have reviewed the video of that meeting, the entire video of that meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes by staff?
No changes.
Any changes of the minutes by the commissioners? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Okay, could we have a roll
Second.
call? I'm sorry. We have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall, Commissioner Lucero.
No, I wasn't at the meeting, and I
You'll
didn't review them.
abstain. You abstain.
Thank you. And Commissioner Morondo,
Abstain.
Commissioner Pava.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next, we have two study sessions, one by Maggie Moore, who's the planning manager, and the other legal issues by Patricia Holly, who is the assistant city attorney.
Tenzin, sorry, I don't see my presentation online. Chair Clow, Vice Chair Lawrence, and members of the commission, thank you for having me tonight for a few minutes to give a presentation on the role of the Planning Commission, on the general plan in Chapter 14, and our review and approval process for the Land Use Department. So tonight's presentation is brief, but it goes over many large and complex subject matters, the role of the commission, the general plan, and Chapter 14. These are big topics with a lot of nuance and complexity. My presentation is very high level and will give an overview, big picture. I'm happy to follow up with you individually on more detail or come back and present on any one of these matters in more detail. First, the role of the Planning Commission, as outlined in Chapter 14, is as the principal city land use administrative board. Its authority is delegated by the governing body, and the review and authorities are set forth in Chapter 14 in Table 14-2, Table 1. And these are the review and decision-making powers and recommendation powers. The Commission also has a set of long-range policy recommendation guidelines set in Chapter 14. So this is a summary table from Chapter 14, including various procedures that come before the Planning Commission, including general plan amendments, rezoning, special use permits, variances, the relevant code sections that we use to determine approval criteria, and then whether the governing body or the Planning Commission and what authorities, whether review and decision, appeal, or review and recommend powers. The Board of Adjustment is not listed here, but that is in Chapter 14. I just want to point that out. So the general plan in Chapter 14 come into play as the general plan is the basic policy guide for the administration of Chapter 14. This serves as our goals, recommendations, and policies guiding development. The purpose of Chapter 14 is to implement the general plan. You can see there is a kind of intertwined and closely connected nature between these two documents. They influence each other, they refer back to each other throughout Chapter 14 in the general plan. And the goal of Chapter 14, as I said, is to implement the general plan. And it speaks about setting goals and guides for the coordinated, adjusted, and harmonious development of Santa Fe to promote health, to promote safety, order, convenience, and prosperity. And that we have an efficient and economic process for approving development. It's also to ensure that the regulations adopted pursuant to itself are in accordance with the general plan. Chapter 14 also is intended to create conditions that are favorable to the health, safety, convenience, and prosperity by coordinating development of streets, by providing parks and trails, providing sewage, water, and other infrastructure, and providing adequate open space for traffic, recreation, drainage, light, and air. These are all themes that come up within every review that we do in front of the Planning Commission. The process of review and approval is also outlined in Chapter 14. It can be separated into 3 phases: pre-application, application, and public hearing. During the pre-application phase, a pre-app conference is scheduled between the applicant and the DRT, or the Development Review Team. This initial meeting is an opportunity for the applicant and city staff to discuss the proposal, to offer advice and guidance on the appropriateness and the eligibility of the proposal in relation to Chapter 14 and the general plan. The next phase of the pre-application section is the ENN, commonly known as the Early Neighborhood Notification Meeting. This is intended to be an exchange of information between the applicant and residents and property owners that are adjacent to the site. During the application phase, the city receives a set of prescribed submittal documents, such as plan sets, water budget, lighting analysis, traffic impact assessments, etc. Once the case planner and the development review team are satisfied that the application is complete, the review process is initiated. Staff meets with DRT to review the case and discuss potential conflicts with Chapter 14 and the general plan. There is an exchange with the applicant if more information is needed. During this time, also, the public is noticed that the case will be heard in front of the Planning Commission, and they're invited to provide comments online on PrimeGov, directly to staff, or to come to the meeting and provide in-person comment. During the public hearing phase, staff presents our report, which includes the approval criteria, whether it's a development plan, a special use permit, or a rezoning, and our recommendations for approval or denial. Additionally, conditions of approval are presented in the report, or they're brought by members of the Planning Commission. The public is invited to comment, and depending on the case, the Planning Commission reviews and decides, or recommends approval or denial to the governing body. Just want to highlight the conditions of approval. This is a criteria in Chapter 14 where staff may specify conditions to address minor deficiencies or deviations that might be required for compliance to infrastructure and or design criteria of Chapter 14. These conditions must be addressed at later stages of the application at construction or inspection processes. For example, we might condition something to occur before recordation with the county clerk, or before building permits are issued, or before a certificate of occupancy is issued. The Planning Commission may also specify conditions of approval that are necessary to accomplish the proper development of the area and to implement the policies of the general plan. The long-range policy recommendations portion of the role of the Planning Commission is to provide recommendations to both city staff and governing members, mayor, city council, for public improvements and financing of such improvements. The Planning Commission may make reports and recommendations relating to the development of the city, of public utilities, civic, educational, professional, and other organizations, and to the citizens with regard to growth management, land use, transportation, development, review procedures, urban design, and capital improvements. And they may participate in neighborhood and community planning and other community issues as long as they relate to long-term planning. That is all I have for you tonight. Thank you.
Joseph Ngali.
Commissioners, Chair Clow. This is mostly for the two new commissioners. The rest of you saw this a few months ago, but never hurts to go over it again. So basically, we're going to be going over the Open Meetings Act, ex parte communication, the authority of the commission, which Ms. Moore already talked about, Robert's Rules, and Ipra, which is the Inspection of Public Records Act. We'll start with the Open Meeting Act. So this commission is governed by the Open Meetings Act, same as City Council. Any quorums must be advertised beforehand, and the public must be invited. All action items noticed 72 hours ahead of time. Our agenda is available on PrimeGov. It's also published in the newspaper. You are, the thing to be careful about is a rolling quorum, which is if, for instance, one of you were to talk to every other member not at the same time, but about a certain issue. That still constitutes a rolling quorum, and that is not allowed by the Open Meetings Act. And also emails or texts that are sort of group texts, which all of you communicate with each other, are not allowed. You will sometimes get texts from staff to the whole commission. That is allowed, but if you respond, please respond directly to staff. Don't respond to the other commissioners. If it is, so like there is a planning group, or there's a committee that is part of the planning commission, which is only 4 members, which is not a quorum, so that is allowed. So that's a policy subcommittee, but it's only 4 members for a reason, so that's not a quorum. Okay, ex parte communications. Most of you already know, and hopefully new members also know, that you are not allowed to interact with the public outside of these meetings in regards to the issues that come before the meeting, to cases that come here. All communications must be public and announced. So what that means is, because you're acting as decision makers, you have to be, and also appear to be, impartial, but mostly be impartial. So if you have any conflict of interest, you do need to announce it before the case is heard. And if you cannot be impartial, you have to recuse yourself. And your decisions have to be based on evidence that's presented to you in the packet and also presented at the hearing. This is so that everyone has the same information, and it's available to the public as well. So what are ex parte communications? They're communications occurring outside of the context of the hearing or things that were provided in the packet. So that can include written or verbal communications, but also independent investigations and site visits. Were the Planning Commission to decide to do a site visit, it would have to be announced as a public meeting. So it would need to be announced. There would need to be following the Open Meetings Act. Okay, so don't go check out sites by yourself, which includes online. So if you need more information on a site or on anything pertaining to a case, instead of investigating yourself, contact staff. Staff will provide that information to everyone and include it in the packet. If you have questions, contact Maggie, contact the case planner, contact me, and we will make sure that it's available to everyone. And the same thing, if you get emails from the public or from applicant, which shouldn't happen, but just forward them to me, and we will include them in the packet if that's the right thing to do. I will respond to people saying you cannot speak to them about this so that you don't seem rude. I do it for a governing body as well. So don't respond to those emails if you do get them, and try to read them once you figure out what they're about. So just send them to me. So generally, in legislative matters, members can speak to the public. If it's a policy matter, you're welcome to speak to the public. If it's a land use case, which is nearly everything that we get, that's different, and that involves you acting in a quasi-judicial capacity as judges. So that means you have to be impartial. So with adjudications, which is most of what we deal with, members cannot talk to the public, the applicant, or the neighborhood, to include site visits, like I said, but also The ENNs that Ms. Moore talked about, the early neighborhood notification meetings, those are information that is often changes before it gets to the commission, and we ask that you do not attend those. If it's, for instance, something in your own neighborhood that you are personally invested in, you are welcome to go, but then you can't vote on it. You have to recuse yourself. So, conflict of interest. So, these are the things you can't participate in, things that benefit you or your business, a family member or their business, or a civic or religious group that you're involved in, your church, Rotary, something like that. If it is your neighborhood, so you can participate as a planning commissioner if it's something that involves a lot of people. So if it's like something that involves the South Side, which is clearly a lot of people, you can vote on it. You cannot go to the ENN, you cannot participate in it as a citizen, but you can participate in the case as a commissioner. If it's something that's, you have a condo association of 5 condos, and you are one of them, that would probably be a bit too close. It would impact you, and only you, or you and very few other people. In that case, you should recuse yourself. And if you do recuse yourself, you should not be present for the discussion either. So leave the room. If you're on Zoom, you can, mute your screen, and we'll let you know when that's finished. Ms. Moore already talked about this, so this is the authority of the commission. Some things the Planning Commission has final authority on, some things you are sending a recommendation to the governing body, and they have the final decision. So generally, general plan amendments, rezonings, and proposed amendments to Chapter 14, you are advising the governing body, and most everything else, you have the final decision. There are some other things that you are recommending, but generally those are the big ones that go to governing body. Staff will also, in their reports, say what you are actually voting on, if it's a recommendation or an approval or a denial. Because this is what you can consider. So the applicable criteria, which often has a part that is, do they meet this, for instance, height limit? So things that are very concrete, and then there are also things that are more discretionary. So you are to use your best judgment and go on what is provided in the record to consider, what your decision should be. And any deviations from the criteria should specifically be addressed in the findings of facts. Things that are not relevant, who the applicant is, if you like them or not, how they dress. You are welcome to consider public comment and encouraged to consider public comment, but the number of people speaking for or against something is not particularly to be considered. You can certainly consider what they're saying, but the sheer number is not generally a criteria in these things. And then anything that's not on the record is not to be considered, which includes ex parte communication. Someone comes up to you in the grocery store, tells you something that you haven't seen anywhere else on the record, you're not to consider that in your decision. You can postpone a vote if there is new information that requires more deliberations, if there is not time to hear all testimony. At the last hearing, there was a vote that was delayed until this meeting because the commission didn't feel that you had time to consider everything and you wanted a bit of additional information. That's totally fine. That is allowed. Or if you feel like there's additional research required, or if we go too late and everyone says, you know what, it's midnight, we should reconvene. Those are all allowed. And anytime you're not comfortable making a vote, you are welcome to vote to postpone. But that is something that needs a vote. So we need a motion, a second, and a vote. This commission follows Robert's rules. It also follows city rules and procedures which are in Resolution 2009-20. You should all have a copy of that. If you don't, I can send you one. Is basically Robert's rules. The only real difference is the chair only votes in case of a tie, not to break a tie, or if their vote's necessary to have the proper number of votes. As far as decorum goes, all communication goes through the chair. So commission members are not to address staff directly or the applicant directly. It's supposed to go through the chair. Same with applicants and staff. Communications go through the chair. The public can address how they want, but if you were to address a member of the public, it would also go through the chair. And then roll call votes on all case outcomes, but as Chair Clow mentioned, we're doing roll call votes for everything so long as we're hybrid, just so that everyone can tell who's voting, because it's hard to tell sometimes online. A quorum is 5 for this committee. It's a majority of members. We have 7 tonight, or 8, 7, so we're good. And then last is Ipra, Inspection of Public Records. The public is entitled to the greatest possible information about government affairs. The public can inspect all kinds of records. Most of what is requested comes from staff, but there might be a case in which your emails are requested or your text messages. Any request for that information would come from the city. If you happen to get an Ipra request from somewhere else, let us know, and we can put it in our system and deal with it through that. If you have any questions about that, you can let me know. I'm happy to answer questions. We have people on staff who deal with Ipra, so they can answer even, much more detailed questions than I can about it. That's everything. Since we do have a pretty full agenda tonight, if you have more questions, feel free to email me, and then I can send out the response to all the commissioners.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the approval of findings of facts and conclusions of law. And the vote on these can be voted on by the commissioners who attended the meeting or commissioners who did not attend the meeting but read the minutes if they're available, or watched the video of the hearing, of the meeting, and also reviewed all of the written materials on that particular item. So with that in mind, we will move to case number 2022-4942, which is 2339 Boltoff Road rezoning. And we did vote on that last time, but if the record wasn't clear that the commissioners that voted had all either attended the meeting or had done what needed to be done so that they were eligible to vote. So, do we have any changes to those findings? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion regarding case 2022-4942 Bottle Road.
Commissioner made a motion to approve case number 2022-4942. Is there a second of that motion?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Inejos Fall seconded the motion. Can we have a roll call vote? And when you were not present at the meeting and are voting, please state why you are qualified to vote, meaning that you reviewed the appropriate materials.
Okay. Commissioner Lawrence? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall? Commissioner Lucero?
Yes, I reviewed the minutes.
Thank you.
And did you review the materials?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morondo?
Yes, I reviewed the minutes and the materials.
And Commissioner Pava?
Yes, and the case is indelibly seared on my memory.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, next we will go to findings of facts and conclusions of law in case number 2022-5397, which is 3007 St. Francis Drive Development Plan Amendment. Are there any changes to those findings and conclusions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Oh,
Commissioner Smith has moved to approve those findings and conclusions. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Morando seconded. We have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Lawrence,
Can I clarify, is this for just case 2022-5397?
Yes.
Or for both cases?
I was going to do them separately, just so the record's clear.
Thank you. For that case, I vote yes, and I did review the video and all of the case materials.
Commissioner Smith,
yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Ball, Commissioner Lucero,
Yes.
Commissioner Morando,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, next is case number 2022-5398, also 3007 St. Francis Drive, and that is the rezoning case. Are there any changes to those findings and conclusions? There are no changes. I'll entertain a motion.
I will make that motion, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Pava moved the approval of the findings and conclusions. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and Commissioner Morando seconded. Please roll call vote. Melissa?
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Ball, Commissioner Lucero,
Yes.
Commissioner Morando,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next, we're moving on to old business. I will call case number 2022-5205, 2022-5206, 2022-5208, 2022-5209. It is the St. Michael's, 455 St. Michael's Drive Cancer Center. It involves, the first part of the case is a recommendation. We're making a recommendation on this issue of a master plan amendment to the existing Christus St. Vincent's campus master plan. The next one is a development plan. We're making either voting to approve or deny the development plan. The next is a height variance, and the last one is a slope variance. And we heard presentation, but both from staff and from the public, from staff, from the applicant, and from the public. We closed the public portion of that public comment portion. There was new written materials submitted by staff, by the applicant, and also by the public. Please be aware that the commissioners take all of these materials seriously and have reviewed them all. Because time is important tonight, I would sort of like to sort of summarize, I think, what the commission is looking for and sort of what the issues are that were discussed and sort of questioned at the last meeting. So I think the questions that were brought up in terms of the commission needing more information was concerned the two variances. One is a height variance. The building site is in the highway corridor. The building in the highway corridor, building heights are 25 feet. The applicant has requested a 7-foot variance to 32 feet. The second variance is a slope, a variance of the 30-foot slope issue, that no building can occur on all but a small amount of the 30% slope, and their application is requesting a variance for more building on that slope. Also encumbered in that variance issue is a disturbance to a small arroyo or a waterway that is part of that 30% slope issue. I believe that we need to keep in mind that variances are granted, could we please have some quiet? It's important. That variances are not given very often. They're far and few between. And so that needs to be kept in mind. Also with the variance, all individuals, everyone who applies for a variance, whether it's an individual, a residence, a hospital, a business, they all should be treated the same, that we can't treat any applicant different than the other. And also another important aspect of the variance is that cost cannot be taken into account. That if it is costly to do a project without having a variance, we cannot take that into account when we're deciding whether it is appropriate to have a variance or not. So cost cannot be considered by the commission. On the two variances, I think what staff in the hospital needs to focus on and address is the criteria in each of the variants. On the height variance, there are 5 criteria that the applicant needs to meet to be able to qualify for a variance, and they start on page 16 of the staff report. The land use, what I heard from the commission is that there's questions raised about could this project be done by digging into the earth or redesigning it in such a way that a variance then would not be required. And I think more information needs to be given on that, and also I think more information on this vault, because there was discussion about it would be a patient would have to walk down into a vault, and that would be psychologically detrimental. So I would like, and I believe the rest of the commission would also like, a more description of what that vault is, because I'm assuming it's a vault, so it does not have any windows. It's contained, enclosed to begin with. So more information on that. Criteria 4, I think, is important to address, and that is the variance, is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or structure. And what we need to consider is whether the property could be used without a variance for a different category or a lesser intensity. Now, I know the applicant on page 20 of the staff report, and also in their application, said that they agree that that it is true that the property could be used for a different in a different manner or in a less intensity. And then number 5 is, I believe, also needs to be addressed, and that is that the variance is not contrary to public interest. So I think what the commission's looking at is, would it be in the public interest to increase the height? I know that there is discussion in the report that, in fact, this building sits lower than the houses behind it, that it sits at 7,007 feet, as opposed to the residences said it's between, between 7,033 to 7,046 feet. But issues were raised, I believe, by Commissioner Smith, that he wanted information on the parapets and also on the equipment that sits on top in terms of how much higher that would be. And I believe we've been provided with some of that information. The next issue is the slope variance. And again, slope variances don't happen very often. What one needs to consider is there a way to do this building without interfering with the slope, including interfering with this arroyo. So the same issues that were raised in the one above, in what we discussed above, need to also be addressed. I mean, is there some way the applicant could do this with less parking elsewhere, a partial parking garage, or whatever? So those are the issues that we're looking at and that we're facing. So, can we hear from staff, please? Or why don't we hear then from the applicant, and then and then we'll open it up to the commissioners, see if they have any questions of staff or of the applicant.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Chair Clow and Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. My address is 130 Grant Avenue in Santa Fe. So we do have some additional information that essentially follows along with the supplemental documentation that was submitted to staff on Friday per the Commission's request at the last hearing. And so I think I will just kind of run through some of these, and but I heard you, Chair Clow, about kind of the things you really want us to focus our efforts on. So we will be as brief as we can. So this relates to the height of the parapet and the rooftop equipment. And this was addressed in the supplemental information that was provided to the Commission. And so the unique thing about the South Central Highway Corridor overlay, it's the only place in Chapter 14 where height is measured and the maximum permissible height is measured to the roof deck as opposed to the parapet. Every other zoning requirement is heights measured to the parapet. I don't know why that is, but that is what it is. So, so all of our materials have been focused on that 25-foot roof deck, and we're requesting a 32-foot roof deck. Obviously, there's a parapet, so parapet's 2 to 3 feet. It varies a little bit. And then there is rooftop equipment. Chapter 14 allows all commercial structures in the city an additional 8 feet over the maximum permissible height for rooftop appurtenances, whether it's elevator overruns or, they talk about antennas. That's a little old school. We don't really have antennas on our buildings anymore. And HVAC equipment, things of that nature. And so when we, so within that 8-foot limitation of the rooftop appurtenances, that brings the building to 40 feet. So just as a point of comparison, if you were compliant at the 25 feet with your parapets and rooftop appurtenances, you're still at a 33-foot building. So these, we're not talking about 25-foot buildings in the overlay. We're really talking about 33-foot buildings in the overlay. And so one of the questions was raised, well, can you put the HVAC equipment on the ground? It technically, yes, but that comes with consequences. The consequences is greatly reduced energy efficiency. Consequences is ductwork on the outside of the building that results in that loss of efficiency. The only place in the site that truly accommodates this is on the north side of the site that is more proximate to our residential neighbors, so potentially more impacts from a visual and noise standpoint from that in that location. And we also have our mechanical engineer here this evening. If you have any more specific questions about why it is industry standard to put HVAC equipment on a roof. It happens all over the city, and there are very specific engineering reasons why that is critical. And so with respect to the Linac vault, you're correct, Chair Cloud, that yes, this is a concrete enclosure. It does, so obviously there are no windows. However, there are significant concerns about the experience of a patient fighting for their life to descend below ground to receive their treatment. That is why national industry standards are Linacs are at the ground level. So, well, why not just partially lower it? Why not just depress it a little bit, right? So, because we have this requirement for this 6 feet of shielding. Well, then we're into ramps all throughout this facility to connect everything and be able to navigate the facility. So you have patients in wheelchairs, patients on gurneys being navigated through ADA compliant ramps throughout the facility. In medical facilities, ramps are avoided at all costs. And so there are a lot of reasons, and Dr. Teague, who spoke with you at the last meeting, is also here, who can speak from great personal experience around the importance of how this Linac is designed relative to patient care and patient outcomes. So with respect to the height variance, we wanted to understand better what would the potential impact to views that was expressed by some of the neighboring residents. So we went out there and we took a look at it. And what's kind of perfect and interesting is that the view to, you can see the Ortiz and the Sandias in the distance here. That view corridor is straight down the Arroyo. We're not touching the Arroyo. It is a FEMA floodplain. We are preserving it. We are protecting it. And that is a southwest orientation that takes your eyeballs right to the mountains in the distance. We're going to come back to that. There was also a question about the north side of the campus, where in the previous master plan, we do have a condition of approval requiring fencing along the north side of the campus. So there is extensive coyote fencing and landscaping along that boundary. So a question was raised about this. There is no requirement for berms. I think that question was raised at the last hearing. There is no requirement in the master plan for berms. So we have fencing that is regularly inspected and maintained to ensure integrity, and of course the landscaping that is associated with it. And with respect to parking, we've been talking a lot about parking. So there was a request to really better understand what the parking demand is for the facility. So again, industry standards, we're not making this up. These facilities are designed the way they are very purposefully in order to serve patients. So the standard is 3 spaces per exam or procedure room. You know, there's overlap as patients are arriving and they're early and somebody else is already in the exam room, and so you have to ensure you can accommodate that. So based upon that 3 spaces per exam room, ideally would be 249 spaces on the site. And with our current design and with the requested variance for the 30% slopes, we achieved 237. So we're pretty close. So we feel pretty good about that. And based upon Ms. Beingestner's memo that we obtained on Monday, she clarified the setback from the Arroyo. She said, you know, because you might recall, she said, I would reduce that to 12 feet. And one little nuance that we weren't aware of until we saw her memo on Monday was that's 12 feet plus the depth of the Arroyo. So we analyzed that. So that really puts the setback at about 18. So what you saw in the letter that was submitted, we had to modify that because we didn't get the information on that until Monday. And so with the 18-foot Arroyo setback, we're looking at a parking loss of 63 spaces, which is over 26% of the currently proposed on-site parking. So just to put that in context, the facility anticipates about 64,000 patient encounters a year. So based on that parking loss, There'll be 17,000 times a year that a cancer patient will have to access the facility from the parking area on the main campus. 17,000 times. So we believe strongly that when faced with a choice of protecting this remnant drainage and avoiding it, that has already been significantly impacted by the city allowing it to be piped upstream and then crossing it and impacting the FEMA floodplain, that we're left with this isolated little drainage. Balancing that against the benefit to these patients. And so we believe that it is reasonable and appropriate to make every effort to accommodate as much on-site parking as we can. So we were asked to analyze, could we do a parking structure? Let's do a parking structure. So parking structure is, and the type of structure that we're talking about is you have kind of an open parking area on the ground, on the asphalt, then you go up, and then you have basically a rooftop. It's a deck that has a parapet around it. That would be the open parking structure. So that's the kind of structure we're talking about. It's over $3 million just to do that, to add that to the cost of this project. And due to the site constraints, in terms of where a parking structure could reasonably be accommodated, it's a net gain of only 40 parking spaces. If you're spending over $3 million to achieve 40 parking spaces, $75,000 a space does not feel fiscally responsible to endeavor, to pursue that type of endeavor. And the structure, and I can show you momentarily, you know, it is basically kind of just, we have our facility here, the structure is right across, it's really the only place it would fit. It puts cars, it elevates them more in the line of sight of neighboring residences, when it's headlights and noise and exhaust. And so we don't feel that it's ideal for the neighborhood. And most importantly, in order to accomplish this, a fire truck has to be able to drive through the structure to turn around on the site. So it has to be tall enough so a fire truck can traverse the interior of the structure. And we have to have an elevator, we have to have 2 sets of stairs with the associated enclosure to exit the stairs. And we would need a variance to the height limitations to accomplish a parking structure, because we can't accomplish it within the 33 feet. That is the maximum permissible. So lastly, we shared at the last meeting that the condition that was kind of very late in the game, the day before the last hearing, we met with public utility staff on site, and they put in a request in a condition of approval number 10 regarding this facility funding the construction of an access road through the Arroyo de los Amigos, which is a beautiful drainage way. It's a designated FEMA floodplain. It is designated as a waterway of the U.S., which means it is governed by the Army Corps of Engineers. So since we didn't have time to really analyze this, prior to the last hearing, we drilled down on it really carefully prior to this hearing. So in order to construct a gravel road through this arroyo and the floodplain to access the utility infrastructure therein, we'd have to have a 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to allow potential contaminants in the protected waterway. They don't have to say yes to that. Engineering studies and environmental impact studies. There would be destruction of riparian habitat and a requirement to mitigate that destruction by creating riparian habitat elsewhere. We would be altering the 100-year flood zone, which would require another application to FEMA to amend the flood maps. And lastly, again, we would be required to get a variance from section 14-8.3E, and that clearly states in chapter 14 what you're allowed to do in a floodway. You're not allowed to build a gravel road going down the middle of it. So again, we'd be required to have a variance for that. And also, as we studied this, we discovered there's a little bit of an inconsistency and incongruence with what we're being asked to do. We have this small remnant drainage that is not a floodplain. It is less than 50 CFS. It is not a protected waterway, but yet we're being asked to stay away. And then on the other hand, the city of Santa Fe is asking us to build a gravel road down something that is protected. So we're struggling with that, honestly. We are struggling with that. So I hope that I have been able to address the information you requested. And again, we do have other members of our team who are here to speak more specifically to certain items if that would be helpful.
Mr. Summer, you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I'd just like, the chair raised a very specific question about the criteria and the variance, and I wanted to address that specifically because you raised it, and I'll be very brief.
Mr. Summer, may I swear you in? Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, you focused our attention on the criteria of the variance that says, that deals with the reasonable use in the land and the factors that the Planning Commission to consider. One is there a use that wouldn't require a variance? The other is consistency with the general plan. And in reviewing those two criteria, the code is not very well written as to how they should be considered. They just say, well, in considering whether or not this variance is needed to make a reasonable use, the following factors shall be considered. It doesn't say how. So I would like to address I think that the first criteria about whether there's another use that wouldn't require a variance or a less intense use, that is particularly problematic for almost every variance, because you can always say there's another use that you can use this property that doesn't require a variance. You could put a parking lot there. I mean, so that criteria is very difficult to analyze, and I don't think it has as much application or weight as does the second criteria about how is the use proposed consistent with the general plan policies. And what are we looking at here? You all are, I'm not going to go through all of them, but one of the general plan policies and the zoning policy here is this is a hospital corridor district. The idea is to consolidate medical services to provide for the efficient use of the infrastructure around medical services. That's one of the policies of the plan. This variance allows for a badly needed facility, medical facility, in a zoned district where the plan and the ordinance militates in favor of using that infrastructure that's there for those purposes. I just wanted to address those two criteria because we believe that the consistency with the plan as a factor weighs heavily in favor of the reasonable use and enjoyment of the property with the variances we're talking about. I just wanted to address that, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you for that comment. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Lucero?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does this new setback of, I think, now 18 feet, according to my understanding, how does this new setback impact the total amount of parking spaces available?
Thank you, Chair Clow, Commissioner Lucero, and Commissioners. Let me just pull that up. So we had, I'm going to have them feed me that. With that, we lost 63 spaces. And so the balance, yeah, I'm going to pull up something here. Bear with me just 1 second and get the right image. This shows the layout with the 18-foot setback, and this is the area where those 63 spaces are gone. So we went from, I don't have the map, to 237? Yeah, so now we're down to 237. We started at 237 and at 174. Thank you, Lisa. So we're currently proposing 237. With this, we're down to 174 on site.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Pava.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like a bit further clarification on the access road or access roads. Condition number 10 in the staff report talks about access to a variety of city utilities. So my question would be is if you look at this is adequate to see this diagram that's on the screen showing the proposed building and the parking lot layout. The city utilities we're talking about are mostly in the area on the upper right-hand corner above the proposed parking lot. Is that correct?
So this, thank you, Chair Clow, Commissioner Bobbitt, this is the water tank.
Yes.
There are water lines that come out of the tank.
Yes. Okay.
And then they follow, so the proposed road essentially follows some water and sewer easements that kind of run parallel to one another. And then down at the bottom, as you get close to St. Michael's, at the bottom of this stretch of the Arroyo are some additional lift station and sewer infrastructure here at the bottom.
This might be a follow-up question, and thank you for that clarification. This might be a follow-up question, clarification for city staff. How is, since there is a major 24-inch water line and a sewer line already in the Arroyo, how is it currently maintained, and why haven't we needed a road to this point?
Thank you, Chair Clow, Commissioner Pava. The fact is that this road actually is already in existence. It's just not maintained is the issue, and the utilities have asked for an improvement to the road as part of this condition. So there is a road. It's been used before by utilities to access these utilities, but it's in poor condition and it's too sloped to allow for large sewer evacs or evacuators, I think they're called, to roll through there. So that is why the utilities have asked for this improvement. And yeah, that's where I'll end it.
Thanks for the clarification on that, Daniel.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Chair Clow.
Yes. Commissioner Smith?
My question is, when we saw the view shed and the two yellow lines and the view out at when people went up and took that picture and made those lines one, what is outside of the lines? Are those structures? And secondly, were the neighbors who came and testified included in that conversation, and if so, how do they feel about that assertion?
Thank you, Chair Clow, Commissioner Smith. So, yes, so what we see right here, this is the edge of the fencing that goes around the city's water tank. And then this is, my glasses. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. So this is the fencing that goes around the city's water tank. So as you're looking to the southwest, this is going to be, off to the left. And then you can see some of the office buildings. This building is actually on the other side of St. Michael's. And this is the medical office buildings that are directly west of the site. And so we were out there for other purposes and to check on some things on the site. And we had in the moment, it was like, oh, let's go take a look and get up there and see what this potential view impact is. And so we were on Krista's property, basically where we were standing here taking the picture. There was the fence of the closest resident right behind us. So we're kind of up against their fence, but obviously not trespassing on their property. And so we looked towards the mountains and discovered, you know, somewhat by accident, that the Arroyo itself is that line of sight toward the mountains.
I guess my question is, Chair Clow,
Yes, go ahead.
my question is, so that's down the Arroyo. Where does the structure that you're planning fit into that picture, or to the right or to the left?
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. I gotta stop reducing my presentation because I keep going back to it. So our structure is to the left of this yellow arrow here. So it's sort of tucked in beyond this bank of trees. So it is just to the left of this arrow, beyond this bank of trees.
I'm sorry, I can't see the picture.
There we go. Thank you. So the structure with this view arrow here, our structure sits to the left of that, beyond the bank of trees that you see here in the front.
Commissioner Smith,
And
do you have any more
and how-
questions?
Yeah, one more, but, so then the question is, how high does your structure go, given the need for a height variance relative to the top of the trees?
On this side, we did not have time, unfortunately, to create a digital rendering. But if you see kind of these structures kind of here in the distance, if you kind of drew a line, we'd be sitting very similar kind of right in this area here.
So those trees are 40 feet tall.
No, but we are further beyond, so from a perspective, we are not right at the trees, we're further away. So the building shrinks in the view because it's much further away.
And did you discuss all of this with any of the people who were at, the neighbors who were at the last meeting?
No, sir, we did not. Chair Clow, Commissioner Smith, this is hot off the presses, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Housekeeping.
Commissioner, I don't think your microphone is on.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. From the height variance recommendation by the staff, they recommend approval, subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections. I don't see any other technical corrections or conditions married to the height variance. Is there something else?
Chair Clow, Commissioner Housekeeping, I do not believe there were any. I think that's a general thing.
Right.
That with any kind of recommendation, they always attach it to the conditions. But yeah, there were no technical corrections specifically related to the height of the building.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to the staff recommending denial of the slope variance. And did I understand you to say that you could accept the 174 parking spaces, or
It is not.
your position is still that it should be the full complement of parking?
Yeah, that is a
Okay.
26% loss. It's significant.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Are we ready to make a motion? Commissioner Pava?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make motions in the order as suggested in the staff report regarding, starting with the master plan amendment. In the matter of case 2022-5205, master plan amendment, I would motion that we recommend approval. Point of order. Shall I go through my intended motions so that the commission is aware of the process and my recommendations?
I think that'd be a good way to proceed.
Sure. And incidentally, following, should we approve the master plan amendment in the matter of case 2022-5206, the development plan, recommending approval, subject conditions and technical corrections, so on and so forth. In the matter of the height variance for case 2022-5208, recommend approval. And in the matter of the slope variance, case 2022-5209, recommend approval. And I have conditions I could submit for the record.
Yes. Additional conditions?
Correction, I have proposed findings to substantiate support if that's necessary.
I think the staff report has findings, except, oh, you're talking about for the slope variance. Yes, we would need those. And perhaps you could do those now. I think that would make sense.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Were the commission to consider recommending approval of the slope variance for 2022-5209, I would submit that the variance criteria of section 14-3-16C 1 through 5 are met as follows. The variance is not granted because of a self-imposed hardship. Rather, pre-existing conditions and agreements create a unique situation on the lot. Second, the variance would be the minimum necessary to accomplish the proposed plan, given the unusual characteristics and conditions. 3, conditions unique to the property that require the design as proposed. There are conditions unique to the property that require the design as proposed. And next, special circumstances make development infeasible, specifically with regard to the unique parking needs of the facility. And finally, the variance accomplishes and is not contrary to the public interest.
Is there a second to the motion?
A second.
A second to all 4 of the motions, or just the first one?
All 4.
Any discussions or comment?
Commissioner,
Yes.
it would be best if we could vote on each of them individually.
Yes, yes, I agree. Okay, could we take a roll call on matter 2022-5205, which is the master plan amendment?
Yes. Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes, and I would like noted for the record that in this case, I did review the video and all of the materials from the last meeting before this meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos-Fall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mirando?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
The next matter is 2022-5206, which is the development plan for 455 St. Michael's Drive, Cancer Center.
Okay, and Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes,
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos-Fall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mirando?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
The next is case number 2022-5208, which is the height variance.
Commissioner Lawrence?
yes,
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Hinojos-Fall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero?
No.
Commissioner Mirando?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And the last is case number 2022-5209, the slope variance.
Okay, Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
No?
Commissioner Hinojosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero,
No.
Commissioner Mirando,
No.
and Commissioner Pava.
Yes.
The motion, I believe you have a tie for that motion. So it's Commissioner Lawrence and the host, pardon me? The chair, so Madam Chair, there, you do have a tie.
No.
Okay, so the motion has failed.
Thank you very much. Good presentation. Okay, next we are moving on to matter 20-22-5063, which is 2200 Opecos Trail rezoning, and case number 2022-5064, 2200 Opecos Trail preliminary plat approval. And for the record, I need to state that I live at Quail Run. My property is over a mile away from this property. I live on the far back side of Quail Run on Old Santa Fe Trail. And I drive by this property just like I drive by the hospital property very often. It will not affect me being an impartial member of the Planning Commission on this matter. Mr. Escobar, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. This is case number 2022-5063, 22 Old Pecos Trail Zoning, Montoya Land Use Consulting, Inc., agent for Harry Amistoy, applicant request rezoning from R1, which is residential 1 dwelling unit per acre, to R3, residential 3 dwelling units per acre. The property is zoned R1 and with the following overlay districts: South Central Highway Corridor and Suburban Archaeological Review District. The second case is 2022-5604. Again, 2200 Old Pecos Trail preliminary plat, Montoya Land Use Consulting, Inc., agent for Perry Amistoy, applicant. Request preliminary plat approval for a 25-lot residential subdivision with innovative street design. The property is zoned R1 and within the following overlay districts: South Central Highway Corridor and Suburban Archaeological District. So that subdivision is only allowed provided that the rezoning takes place in order to meet the density requirements. So just to make sure that everybody's clear on that. This is... I'm sorry, I'm not taking out the mask. Can you turn it up a little bit? Okay. This is one project that'll be heard. It's two cases, but it's one project, and we're going to combine the conversation and the review for ease of our use. But you will be voting separately. The recommendation is the Planning Commission should recommend that the governing body approve case 2022-5063, 22 Old Pecos Trail rezoning, and approve case 2022-5604, 2200 Old Pecos Trail subdivision plat. And then again, that is subject to conditions of approval of this report, and that is the conditions of approval on Table 1 of this report, Exhibit A, the technical corrections, and Exhibit B, which are the city's DRT comments. All of those make up the conditions of approval and technical corrections that are assigned to the preliminary plat and not the rezoning. 2 motions will be required in the following order. Approve or deny case 2022-5063, request for rezoning of approval of plus minus 9.5 acres. And approve or deny case 2022-5604, request approval of a preliminary plat for a 25-lot residential subdivision on approximately plus minus 9.59 acres. The applicant has complied with subsection 1431E, pre-application conference, 1431F, early neighborhood notification meeting, and 1431H, notice requirement. Again, staff is recommending approval for the rezoning request and for the preliminary subdivision application. This piece of property was annexed in the early 60s, and in 1999, the city adopted the general plan and identified this property for our policies and zoning as low-density residential, which is separate from what it was when it was zoned originally when I found the 1981 map. So along this corridor, the density for the general plan is between 3 to 7 acres. The applicant is coming in with an Rf3 zoning. So again, here's all the pictures I'm showing you are in your packet and are all part of the memo. So nothing that I'm presenting here is not within your reach as far as the packet is concerned. The applicant change is from R1 to R3, and this gives you an idea of what it'll look like on the future land use map if approved. The application is within the South Central Highway Corridor, and within that South Central Highway Corridor, you have rules and regulations that are going to overlay onto the underlying zoning. So in an R3 district, you typically have setbacks of 5 feet to the sides, 7 feet to the front, 15 feet to the rear, and then you have height restrictions for up to 24 feet. So what this does is the overlay for both R1 and R3 districts. If you, in an R1 district, you have 1 dwelling unit per acre. For an R3 district, you have 3 dwelling units per acre. The balance of the overlay requirements are the same. Maximum height is 25 feet. Unfortunately, the 24-foot height restriction is going to apply here since it is the more restrictive of the two for the underlying zoning. So the 25-foot height restriction would apply mainly for non-residential districts. Setbacks in yards now, if you're up against Old Pecos Trail, you have a 75-foot setback from Old Pecos Trail, otherwise you're going to maintain your 15-foot rear yard setback. Your open space is different, where typically open space is covered by lot coverage in the R districts. So when you reach 40% lot coverage, you're required to include private open space. That is equal to 50% of the total gross floor area of the primary dwelling unit. In the overlay, you're automatically required to have 50% open space per lot. So it's very different. And then outdoor storage is prohibited. Since the applicant has provided a note on the plat that is limiting lot coverage to 40%, the application per lot will not trigger private or common open space. That means that the open space that is being required is only being required per the overlay at 50% per lot. And that means they have to follow the definition of open space. And that definition is going to require, again, a minimum percent of per lot. Definition reads, any outdoor area that permanently provides light and air that satisfies in whole or in part the community's visual, psychological, or recreational needs. So the applicant didn't really address this on the plat, and it isn't a function of the building permit process where you get to address that through lot coverage. So in our view, it does require the applicant to show that 50% upfront as part of the subdivision so that we can identify how all of that open space is going to interact with one another in order to meet that definition that satisfies that whole or in part for visual, psychological. Obviously, this isn't common open space, so the recreational part may not have to be applied, but the psychological and the visual portion of it does, and we'll have to address, they will have to address how that interacts with one another, or each of the lots, as well as the surrounding properties, including the 75-foot setback along Old Pecos Trail. Now, the applicant is providing open space. The obvious open space is the Arroyo, and they are showing setbacks from the Arroyo, and then you do have that 75-foot setback from Old Pecos Trail, and they also have open space within that 75-foot setback. But as you can see, their buildable area does not show any of that 50% open space, and in fact, it sort of conflicts with how they would address that 50% open space to begin with. So we do have conditions that address this that are part of the recommendation. There's a lot of talk about the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. Now, the Scenic Corridor is in the general plan, and it reads, the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor designates Old Pecos Trail between Cordova Road and I-25 as a scenic roadway and recognizes its importance as an unspoiled gateway into downtown. Development standards, including land use, density, design controls, will be developed through a public participation process. Now, that did start some time back when we had another case along this corridor. It wasn't finished, and there was an impasse between the staff that was working on this ordinance and, I guess, the community he was working with. My understanding is that there was a 600-foot setback that was being requested, and there wasn't any movement from that. And the problem with that is if we have a setback of 600 feet from Old Pecos Trail that you can't build on, it's going to take some of those properties, and the city just doesn't have the money to pay for those lots on a taking. So the impasse stayed. We did have a rendering at one time that showed the corridor. It was put in place by one of the planners. But since the city has not adopted an ordinance, I had them remove that since there was no definition of its width, its height, or not its height, its length, or any of the parameters that are required in order for us to display it on a map that we use for our zoning mechanisms. So we did remove it from that since it was an arbitrary drawing on an official map without backing of any ordinance. And to date, we still do not have that ordinance adopted. So there are two access points into the subdivision. The first one is off of West Zio Road, which is about 366 feet north of the Old Pecos Trail West Zio Road intersection. And the second is off of Old Pecos Trail, which is about 550 feet north of that same intersection. Figure 9 is approved turnarounds that are typically requested and required by the fire department. This Chapter 14 doesn't have an actual approved dimensional requirement for these types of turnarounds. We rely on the fire department's cul-de-sac requirement. And I don't know how to go back. One of the roads, one of the cul-de-sacs for the subdivision, Old Pecos Trail Estates Lane, doesn't trigger the fire department's turnaround because there's a fire hydrant within 150 feet as they lay the line down. Unfortunately, its design will allow for some small vehicles to maneuver and turn around, but larger vehicles would be required to back out. And this access is on a curve, and we believe that to be a very dangerous situation, not only for drivers who have to back out onto that, but for oncoming traffic. So we have conditioned that they address this issue so that larger vehicles can drive out of this cul-de-sac rather than back out of this cul-de-sac. And here's the two accesses. One is off Old Pecos Trail, one is off of West Zio Road. Old Pecos Trail Estates Place is a T. We didn't have as much of a problem with the cul-de-sacs here since we believe that there's enough maneuverability within this T road design that would allow for both large vehicles and small vehicles to go in and out of this subdivision without having to back out onto Old Pecos Trail, so we're okay with that. And this is just another rendering of the access point into the driveway coming off of Old Pecos Trail. They are building a left turn lane to go into that subdivision, that T intersection. But passengers or owners of properties will only have a right in and right out coming out of that subdivision. Now, the applicant is requesting a street design, and Chapter 14 has specific standards for specific streets depending on the number of lots that they're creating and the number of lots that are being served by the streets. The difference between what is being requested and what is a requirement is that if they choose parking within that subdivision, we have a design that has on-street parking. And what the applicant is doing is they're providing on-street parking in certain areas, but not all areas. And those areas are the ones that are in blue. Now, we do have some concern with a couple areas because it does seem to block some access into some of those lots. So the applicant is going to have to address how those two lots are going to gain access if those areas are parked, fully parked. And we have conditioned that as one of our requirements. As far as traffic goes, we do have our traffic consultant who will be presenting directly after me. During the scoping meeting, they were asked to look at 3 intersections. The first intersection at Old Pecos Trail and St. Michael's. The second intersection was at Old Pecos Trail and West Zio Road. And the third intersection was at Rodeo Road and Old Pecos Trail. Water and sewer are going to be provided by the applicant. They're going to connect to city utilities. Water is coming in from the north and the south, and they're going to bore water underneath the road or Old Pecos Trail and move it up and connect to create a loop. This will provide the necessary requirements in order to meet the fire suppression requirements for fire protection and meet that 1,000 gallons per minute. Sewer is coming in, are being connected through a manhole on private property. The manhole is in the Arroyo. We do not allow for those types of manholes in Arroyos anymore, but this one's grandfathered in. They are connecting to it. There is an easement that allows us to access it, and they're required to develop it. Stan is here if you have any questions regarding, any concerns regarding sewer. He can answer any of those questions for you. This provides you an idea of how water and sewer is being provided and where they're connecting to the city services. And here are the fire protection, the fire hydrants that the applicants are placing. And there are 3 new fire hydrants that are going to be used for the subdivision. Existing terrain, for terrain management, we do have a flood zone. And in that flood zone, there is some gabion walls. A gabion wall is on the east property line. There's a cul-de-sac that comes from the Old Pecos Trail, underneath Old Pecos Trail, and goes into that entryway. The gabion wall is big, and it was developed by the state. Apparently, the state has transferred Old Pecos Trail over to the city, so maintenance of that gabion wall will be apparently the city. It is a 100-year flood zone. The applicant has provided setbacks from the Arroyo that meet our code standards. The slope of the property is between 3 and 5% going towards the west and into the Arroyo. So it's fairly flat for the property. We believe that the applicant has addressed all of the necessary criteria for the rezoning. We also understand that there's a mismatch between the zoning and the underlying future land use map. Again, the general plan was adopted in '99 and designated this property as low-density residential, which is from 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre. The applicant's density actually calculates to about 2.5, 2.6 dwelling units per acre, but you can't have a density of 2.5 or 2.6, so they went for 3 dwelling units per acre. In our opinion, they would not have been able to go for a 2-acre zoning requirement because they would have required to do a general plan amendment to downzone from the low density to a very low density requirement. So in our view, they're meeting the current general plan requirements for the R3 zoning. Staff believes that they've met the criteria for the preliminary subdivision review, and again, that's subject to all the conditions of approval that we've outlined in this memo, in Exhibit A and Exhibit B. And I'd like to see if we can get traffic on the Zoom so that they can do a brief overview of their review for traffic analysis.
Can we just see if there's any questions of you, Dan? I have one, and just see if any of the other commissioners clarifying questions so that we can hone in on what the issues are. So to be clear, in number 1 in your condition is the requirement that the applicant comply with the 50% open space requirement on each lot. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, that is correct. We need to see how they're going to present that and how it intertwines with the overall subdivision to meet the definition of open space.
And as I understand that, that would be done with final plat approval, not preliminary plat approval. Is that correct?
The condition that I put identifies that they have to show it to the Planning Commission as part of their final plat approval. So they're going to have to meet all those conditions that require them to have it in their application changes or updates in order to move forward to the Planning Commission.
So it's not an issue that we're dealing with tonight. It is a requirement that 50% of each lot be open space, and that before final plat approval can be given, they'll be back here in front of us requesting final plat approval, and at that point in time, they will have to demonstrate that there is 50% open space on each lot, but also you said identify that it meets the other requirements of the general plan, which is how it all sort of meshes together in terms of...
Sure. That's a good question. And the issue, the first question is, do we have to deal with this tonight? That's purely something that the Planning Commission has to be comfortable with in pushing it out to a final plat. You don't have to. That is something that you can say, no, we want to see it, bring it back later, and then it just becomes part of the preliminary plat. That is purely within your decision. Staff is comfortable enough to push that out to the final plat so we can take a look at it and then present it to the planning commission at final plat. But that's up to the planning commission's decision.
Thank you. Any other questions of the commission for clarification?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
this is not a clarification, and maybe I'm the only old man on the commission, but if we could get these plats the next time around and all the pictures of what's going to happen on 8.5 by 11 and just bigger. I'm having a very hard time, and I had a hard time with the material, just being able to cipher. It's so intense. There's so much in there and lots of little lines. If we could figure out a way to get maps that are showing us something to be big enough so old men like me can read them, I'd love it.
Mr. Esquivel?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Smith, I did try and put all of the pictures that I presented, whether they were as figures or additional pictures that I either wanted you to see or not, are in the exhibit, and they should be large enough so that you can be able to access them, zoom in and out as you wish on the PDF. And they would be in the maps and photos exhibit. I'm not quite sure which letter that is since I'm not looking at that.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I may, then I need some coaching. So if I may, I'll call Mr. Esquivel and get some coaching.
Okay. Okay, now we'll hear from the traffic engineer.
Yes.
And Audra Gallegos may unmute herself. I also will allow for Leroy Pacheco to unmute if he has anything to contribute.
And I will swear them in. Are you ready to be sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Audra Gallegos, 3401 Masthead Street, Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87109.
Ms. Gallegos, you can go ahead with your presentation. Do I understand you're on contract with the city and work with Wilson and Associates?
Yes. So I'm an engineer with Wilson and Company. Wilson and Company, as well as Leroy Pacheco, we are contracted to provide traffic engineering support to the city of Santa Fe. And so Dan had asked me to explain the process we go through. So what we do is we conduct a traffic impact analysis, or a TIA scoping meeting with the developer. And so during that meeting, the developer tells us what the proposed development is, and then we look at the area, determine what intersections they need to be analyzed, and what else needs to be included in their scope of their TIA. So the developer submitted the traffic study to Wilson and Company along with Leroy, and then we provided comments to the traffic study. So the traffic comments that we provided are shown in your packets. The comments that we provided were technical corrections. They did not affect the outcome or the recommendations of the traffic study. The developer has addressed these comments, and they have already submitted the revised TIA. And I believe the developer engineer is here tonight and will present the traffic study they performed and their findings.
Thank you, and you'll stay on too in case there's questions?
Yes, I will be here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. The applicant?
Madam Chair, should I swear everybody from the applicant at the same time? Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank Thank you. Do you all swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. If you would indulge me for just a moment so I can get my computer set up to your system. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair Clow and Planning Commission members and staff. My name is Monica Montoya. I am a local land use consultant with Montoya Land Use Consulting, representing the developer on this proposal. With me this evening are the project team, Orlin Guerrero Ortiz of Design Ingenuity, who can speak to some of the civil questions if we have any after we're done. We have Mike Gomez of Santa Fe Engineering, who performed the traffic study and will make a presentation to you in response to Audra's testimony earlier. We also have Carl Summer of Summer Carnes and Associate, who is a local land use attorney who is working with us on the project, specifically in the rezoning area. Our project team has quite a bit of experience to share with you this evening. I personally have 40 years of experience in the land use arena, 25 of those with the City of Santa Fe Land Use Department. And so I mentioned only because I'm real familiar with a lot of the laws and codes that your staff was discussing with you earlier today, and we'll be prepared to discuss some of those with you if you have a question as to how the general plan, the zoning, those types of things apply to our particular project. I really wanted to say thank you to, wanted the Planning Commission to know that we were really grateful for Dan Esquivel, who has been very thorough on this application from the very beginning, has worked with us extensively, looking for information, working closely with the neighbors, and we just appreciate the thoroughness of his review of this particular application. We also appreciate the opportunity to present you with the details of our application. We will present to you that the project complies with adopted growth policies, the Chapter 14 and the development review policies. We will present that the rezoning implements the City Council's long-standing density policy for the subject property as set forth in the future land use plan. We will present that the project complies with the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District. We will present that the project complies with Chapter 14 for rezoning and subdivision design and all other applicable standards pertaining to single-family residential subdivisions. We will present that we have followed all Chapter 14 application procedures for rezoning and subdivision and have followed established policies and procedures by the Land Use Department regarding minimum submittals and response to the city review process. We will present that we work with the City Development Review Team to address comments and technical corrections at this preliminary stage of the subdivision, and will continue to do so as we proceed through the development review process. We present to you that the project is compatible with existing development in the area, and we present that the project design responds meaningfully to neighborhood input and incorporates design elements more restrictive than those required by Chapter 14 for general residential standards citywide and specifically for our neighborhood. And with that, we prepared a brief presentation to convey the details of the project. So just to give you an idea of what we'll be presenting to you this evening, we will be giving you an overview of the development application. the applicable policies managing growth for rezoning, including the general plan, the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District, the Santa Fe City Code. We will review with you the preliminary subdivision with innovative street design, and we will discuss with you, describe to you the neighborhood process, the communication process that we followed with this application. And so Dan did a really good job on some of my slides presenting to you. I'll be very brief on some of them. This particular one is just a vicinity map, and I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the location of the property. This is an image of Old Pecos Trail, kind of in a north-south direction. West Zia Road is on the west side of Old Pecos Trail, and East Zia Road is on the east side of Old Pecos Trail at that particular intersection. Our property is highlighted here in the light blue area, 9.59 acres of vacant land. That's just a blow-up. This is a Google photo that I just got from the internet to show the commissioners what the existing view of the property is. If you're standing at the intersection of Old Pecos Trail and West Zia Road, looking south, as you can see, the property is vacant. At this point, there is some vegetation closer on the south side of the property. This is a view if you're standing from that same location looking down West Zia Road, and as you can see, there is West Zia Road. There is some vegetation along the right-of-way there that exists, and we'll be showing you how we'll be dealing with the landscaping design on both Old Pecos Trail and Zia. So with that, just very briefly, the code policies that we talked about and your city attorney talked with you about, the future land use code section, the city's vision for the future of Santa Fe. Many years ago, the City Council adopted this policy to guide uses, densities, and growth policies. South Central, which is an overlay district, as Dan mentioned, on Old Pecos Trail, St. Francis Drive, and I-25. The Santa Fe City Code, which is residential standards to regulate subdivisions. So let's start with the future land use, the general plan, which is, according to your staff, the policy document, the adopted policy that regulates growth for the city of Santa Fe. The city adopted land use policy specifically for the future, planned for the specific future of this parcel. This map is the adopted general plan, and I've highlighted the specific area in which the general plan called for a density of 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre. And so all of this area that you're seeing, you can't see my pointer on up there, I'm not sure why, but all of the area that is designated within the red and that kind of yellow color, all of that, the general plan, the future land use for that was perceived to be 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre. And in fact, the proposed density is less than what the general plan called for, and I'll briefly demonstrate to you what I mean about that. So this slide intends to show you what the project density is in comparison to the general plan density. So with the density on this parcel of R7, which is the top of the general plan, the general plan policy says 77 units can go on this on a 9.5 acre tract of land. On the low end, as an R3, you could get 33 units on a 9.59 acre tract. We are proposing 25, which actually works out to, as Dan mentioned, as an R2 0.5 or 0.6. And so we're actually less than the general plan calls for, and we agree with staff's interpretation that we fit within the general plan guidelines. Oh, and then just to mention, we can't ask for an R2.6 zoning. We had to round up to an R3. You already know about the district standards, the highway corridor district standards. It intends to provide a clear sense of visual openness and continuity of development as seen from the Old Pecos Trail, a continuance of the streetscape through the use of landscaping along Old Pecos Trail. It wants to ensure that landscaping provides an attractive visual buffer compatible with the streetscape and the neighborhood. And these qualities guided our design, our project design. So this is just very briefly, we're going to address rezoning at the end of the presentation, but just very briefly, I wanted to say that this is a zoning map from your city GIS data, and staff agreed that the rezoning criteria has been met. We will discuss this criteria later in the presentation, but we briefly wanted to mention that the city zoning map excerpt here shows that a substantial area on the east side of Old Pecos Trail, I can't see my pointer, but that green area down on the bottom, that was actually granted an R4 zoning. Does fit within the corridor standards, and it is one unit per acre density higher than we're asking for on our particular plan. So with that, the preliminary subdivision. Some of the attributes of our subdivision, this has 25 lots, as you know. It's divided into two clusters, or two mini subdivisions, which I'll explain in a little bit later. It has one access road with 7 lots off of Westia Road. That design, that access solves a curve problem that you have with the alignment of Westia Road, and we'll talk about that a little later. There is one access road off the Old Pecos Trail for 18 lots. We do have a 75-foot setback as required by the corridor standards along the Old Pecos Trail. We have a 25-foot setback from the west boundary, which is greater than the R district requires for any of our neighbors or the city in general. We have 5 of our lots are dedicated to the affordable housing program. So we have 25, just reiterate, we have 25 lots in this subdivision, and 5 of those will be dedicated to the city of Santa Fe for the affordable housing ordinance, to meet the affordable housing ordinance. Another feature is we're committing to single-story construction, even when the Chapter 14 permits 2-story in all residential districts in the city, and including our neighbors. We're implementing an architectural control so that our buildings will look like the homes in the area. We're preserving a waterway, bisecting the property, as Dan mentioned, in its natural state as a wildlife corridor. We're adding sidewalks along Westia and Old Pecos Trail, and a bike lane on Old Pecos Trail, and we're implementing innovative street designs within the subdivision. I'm going to show this next one here. It serves purpose. It shows the subdivision design, and it also helps answer a question about open space. This is the layout of our subdivision plat. Essentially, here you can see our 2 access points, one off of Westia, servicing 7 lots, one off of Old Pecos Trail, servicing 18 lots. This area in green here is the undevelopable area, including setbacks, open space, the wildlife corridor, and all of that together is at about 47% of the entire 9.5 acres. Of course, we aren't required common open space, as Dan mentioned, but each of our lots individually have a 50% open space requirement, and we're prepared to show you that the project will easily meet that. And so we've done some lot typicals for you to show you our small lot and our big lot, and how a potential open space can be met on our smallest lot and our biggest lots. This is lot 5, which is off of Westia Road. It's a 6,000 square foot, and this green area is the sum of the lot minus the 40%, as Dan mentioned, including the driveway and parking. You can put a 2,000 square foot home on our 6,000 square foot lot and still have 60% open space on our smallest lot. On our biggest lot, which is 25,941 square feet, even with the 40% lot coverage, including the driveway and parking spaces, and a 7,600 square foot home, you'll still have 60% open space. And so it's quite possible that, that's a pretty large home. It's quite possible that whoever purchases that lot may want, a more modest home, which would increase, the open space. This next drawing here, I added to the presentation to show the Planning Commission what the highway corridor 75-foot setback looks like on the stretch of the old Pecos Trail, from just north of West Zia down to the south, I-25. And so this light blue, the light blue line, I'm sorry you can't see my pointer, the light blue line represents the 75-foot setback implemented by the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District. And our project is, you can see it's labeled there as subject. We will be pulling back our buildings to 75 foot. And just like all of our neighbors, all of our neighbors do have that 75-foot setback on the north and the south, on the east and west side of Old Pecos Trail. There are a few homes that fall within the setback. We don't pretend to know how that happened, but it did, and it's there, and that's fine. This is just to give you a little glimpse of what our right-of-way improvements will be off of Old Pecos Trail. We will be implementing a decel lane on the southbound lane of Old Pecos Trail to take a right in to the subdivision onto Old Pecos Estates Place. And if you're leaving these 18 units, Old Pecos Trail, they'll have a right out turn there. The next slide is just a continuation of that design, and we are proposing a left turn into the subdivision. So you'll be able to turn left into, if you're traveling north on the Old Pecos Trail. With regard to the innovative street design, our interior streets, they, as Dan won't spend a lot of time on this, Dan did a wonderful job of presenting it. The city codes have a minimum width requirement for different street types. They do allow us to do the innovative street design. And so what we've come up with, and this, just want to mention, this typical has been approved by the city in many subdivisions recently. This design is 46 foot wide. It's a combination. It provides for a combination of off-street parking and landscaping on one side, and a full parking on one side. And so the reason we like this design is because it makes it easier to access a sidewalk in some areas where you don't have to cross over a landscape strip to get to the sidewalk, which could potentially cause a trip hazard, or that, sorts like that. Dan mentioned that there was an issue, a potential issue or concern or comment about the access off of West Zia Road. And we've been working with a couple of ideas that we would like to, discuss with staff before the final plat. We've had some preliminary discussions with the wastewater folks, and I understand they like the design. This is one idea of creating a loop that would create a right turn off of West Zia Road. Another idea is to create a turnaround that would meet the fire requirements. So those are a couple of ideas that we have that we'd like to work with staff on before final subdivision. Now, with regard to the Old Pecos Trail view, as we mentioned earlier, the corridor standards, they talk about visual openness. They talk about a continuity of development as seen from Old Pecos Trail. It talks about a continuance of the streetscape through the use of landscaping along the Old Pecos Trail. and the use of landscaping as a visual buffer compatible with the street and the neighborhood. And so we took a view of Google. We took a Google Map photo from the same, pretty much the same location that I showed you earlier. So you can see the site. You can see that particular corner from West Sia Road and from Old Pecos Trail. This is what it looks like now, and we're going to, in order to comply with the standards of the corridor standards, we've implemented a landscaping design that will fill that front property line along the Old Pecos Trail with vegetation, trees, shrubs, and other landscaping elements that are allowed by your city's landscaping ordinance. This is an overhead view, kind of from the same location, just a little bit higher up, just to illustrate that what the potential final product of this subdivision might look like. These are boxes. They're boxes on a map. They've got shade. They've got setbacks. They've got different planes, etc. This is just to show that this is what it could potentially look like in the future at some point with custom construction on there. With that, I'd like to turn over to the traffic, and then we'll talk about the neighborhood, and then finish up on the rezoning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
My name is Michael Gomez. My address is 1599 South St. Francis Drive, and I work for Santa Fe Engineering. We're the engineers who prepared the traffic impact analysis. First thing I want to say is that engineers are lazy. They like to use acronyms for everything. So the traffic impact analysis, we call it TIA. TIA is based upon the New Mexico DOT State Access Management Manual. The acronym for that is affectionately known as SAM. That's the guiding document for all TIAs that serve state facilities. But it happens that the City of Santa Fe Public Works Department has also adopted SAM. So we're forced to go ahead and use their requirements. Now, SAM requires a very rigid TIA. They have an outline, you've got to follow it, and it is very number-oriented. Everything is driven by numbers. So the first thing that we did is we had a scoping meeting, as Audra stated before. Dan stated that we were to count 3 intersections, which we did. And we did these counts in November of 2021, early in the month. So the traffic counts, we do them on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays, because those are the days that are considered typical traffic days. We don't do counts around holidays. So these were done in early November and did not coincide with the Thanksgiving holidays. The counts are valid. We also attended 3 ENNs, and at the ENNs, there were traffic concerns that were brought up. So we've incorporated those concerns into the TIA. So we went out and we did the traffic counts. Now, the way we do these is typically we have cameras that we go ahead and attach to each leg of the intersection, and we record the data so that we can count the traffic. We can go back and look at gaps, queues, and different things associated with it. The biggest neighborhood concern is on West Zia Road. And let me see if the pointer works right in here. This is typically the way that we go ahead and show the data. The first number, well, first of all, we count from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. And for this intersection, the peak hour in the morning, that's the hour that has the most amount of traffic, was from 7:45 to 8:45. In the PM, in the afternoon peak, it was from 4:30 to 5:30. So over at West Zero Road, we see that there's 37 cars making the left turn during that peak hour. There were 13 cars that continued eastbound towards East Zero Road and 2 cars that made a right turn. Now, the existing traffic counts are very important because they are the basis for all future calculations and for comparisons. So I just wanted to show you this slide in particular. So the next thing that we do is we do what's called a capacity calculation for the intersection. And we do it for the existing condition first to see what the conditions are at the site. Now, as a result of the E&N meeting, there were concerns about our indirect left turns, so we counted 2 more intersections. We counted at Calle Espejo and at the Old Pecos Trail Inn driveway. So that's what this table does right in here. And the left part of the table is the AM, the right part of the table is the PM. And then there's a letter associated with that. That's the level of service, sometimes called LOS. And as you can see on there, we have mainly A's, B's, there's a few C's, and a few D's on there. So for the existing condition, we have plenty of capacity out there. Now, we do have one movement over at Old Pecos Trail and St. Michael's Drive where we see a level of service E. So it's like your child's report card, except that it includes an E. A is the best, F is the worst. So E, we're starting to approach a failure, and that's at a distant intersection. The next thing that we do is we look at the crash data. We went to the DOT, and they're the ones who keep a database of crash data. And we got 4 years of crash data. I believe it was from 2016 to 2019. Now, on the crash data, we did an analysis. And the crash rate in this location is significantly less than other principal arterial streets in the city of Santa Fe. I believe that we had a crash rate of about 0.2 crashes per million cars, whereas like on Cerrillos Road, it's 2.5, and maybe varies down to 1.5. So this is not a high crash rate area. The next thing that we do is we look at how much traffic is generated by this project. To do that, we use the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Handbook, Trip Generation Handbook, which is the Bible of trip generation. So on the left-hand side of the thing, we have 7 units, the driveway on West Zia Road. It produces in the morning 5 cars. That's it, 5 cars. In the PM, it produces 7 cars. For the 18 units on Opecos Trail, in the morning it's generating 18 cars, and in the evening it's 20 cars. These are very low traffic volumes. In fact, if Opecos Trail had not been turned over to the city, the DOT would not have even required a TIA for this project it's below their threshold right there. It doesn't produce enough traffic. But since this is a land use case, we were required to go ahead and do it. Okay, so what are we proposing here? So we're going to have a conventional driveway on West Zia Road. On Old Pecos Trail, it's different. This is an arterial street. So we've added in the right turn deceleration lane, which is required by SAM. And the benefit of that is that it pulls our traffic off the main line so that the through movement, the arterial movement, can continue at a higher rate of speed. So the main line doesn't have to slow down for every right turn going into our project. And what we're proposing on this area at the intersection is what's called a restricted access driveway. We allow right turns in and right turns out and left turns in. So we're restricting the left turn out. And the reason we're doing that is that that's a one-stage operation. To make that left turn, you have to cross 4 lanes of arterial traffic, which is very difficult to do. So instead, we're proposing a 2-stage methodology. So they're forced to make a right turn out. They have to go down the road and find a place to make a U-turn, and that's what's called an indirect left. Now, IT has done numerous studies, and everybody thinks U-turns are unsafe or bad. They don't necessarily have to be that. There is statistical proof that an indirect left turn is better than a one-stage left turn. So we have a left turn into the site. This would be a single-stage movement right in there. And we have a full deceleration lane so that, once again, we pull our slowed-down traffic out of the arterial, and the arterial people can continue on their merry way like they always have and not be burdened by our left turn traffic. So where does the traffic make a U-turn? So further on down the road a ways, this would be the second stage of the left turn. And right here, there's the Old Pecos Trail Inn and Restaurant driveway. During the morning is when we're going to have a lot of people headed to the Central Business District. That's where a lot of people want to go, and we know that based upon the traffic counts that we have at our intersection. We saw a lot of left turns, a few through movements, and even less right turns in there. So this is a scaled drawing right here. It shows the actual template of a large passenger car or truck, standard passenger truck, making that left turn at the second stage right there. So they have 2 locations that they could use. If they don't want to turn on the first one, it's busy, somebody else is there, they can go down to Calle Espejo and turn around there, and there's other places where they could do that. And this is because we have a wide median out there. There's no need to widen the road. I took my F-150 out there and easily made that U-turn. And the only issue is gaps. And that's what came out at the ENN. And that's why we did additional traffic counts in this area. So here's the gap data. Everybody goes to sleep when we go through the numbers. But we have a whole lot of capacity for left turns. There's big gaps in traffic so that they can easily and safely make the U-turn. So we know how much traffic is generated. Now we need to assign it to the streets. Which way do cars go? That was estimated based upon analogy of the existing traffic that's out there. Now that's used to go ahead and determine what the site-generated traffic is. So at West Zia Road, which is the main issue right in here, we're adding 3 cars in the AM and 2 cars in the PM to the left turn movement. So 3 cars, that's it. So that represents, like 3 cars represents 0.2% of the intersection traffic. It's a very small amount. Okay, now the way we judge, the way the DOT and SAM dictates, the way we judge the impact of the development is by looking at the no-build condition and the build condition. So for the no-build condition, we have an implementation year of 2024. What that means is that by the year 2024, the development will be fully built and fully occupied, generating traffic. For the first one, we assume that the project never gets built, and we increase the background traffic. Now, we went at a very aggressive 1% rate per year, compounded yearly. Now, that may sound low, but Santa Fe has actually seen declines or zero growth in traffic. If we were to get 1%, I'd be surprised, but we're being aggressive, we're being conservative. So we go ahead and factor up the traffic, and we do capacity calculations. Then for the build condition, we add our site-generated traffic on top of that, and we can compare the 2 conditions. So here's that same table, but now we're looking at 2024. And we see that over on Old Pecos Trail and St. Mike's, there's an E over there getting close to failure that we saw in the existing, and that was today. So it's still a need for 2024, no build. Then we add our traffic, and we add our traffic on top of that. So that's the implementation year. And we see that that level of service E is still there. But getting that back down to West Zia Road, you can see that between the two, go back up here, we have the same level of service, but the delay is a little bit different. It's actually, we impacted by adding 2 seconds of delay, I believe, yeah. About 2 seconds of delay. That's our impact right there at West Zia Road on that left turn lane. Very minuscule. The other thing that is a big concern in SAM and the city is intersection spacing. We've outlined the intersections right here. We've measured the spacing, and we easily meet all the criteria in SAM. Sight distance. Now, this was a concern that was brought up by the neighbors. And sight distance is dependent on the alignment of the roadway and also the topography. So it's really a 3-dimensional analysis. So here is the flat analysis. It's a plan view, and it shows in red, those are our sight lines in there. And the car is positioned at the intersection, a given distance as dictated by AASHTO away from the traveling lane, and the height of the driver's eye is set to be 2.5 feet, representing a driver sitting in his car at the steering wheel, looking left, then looking right. There has to be enough distance for both drivers, the driver on the through lanes and the drivers coming out of the driveway. There's got to be enough distance for them to see other cars and to be able to come to a stop, slow down, or decide not to make a movement. And we, on the plan view, we easily meet it, but there are a lot of trees, especially not trees, they were chamisa bushes mainly, but they were giant. They were big when we went out there and looked at it. So those are going to have to be trimmed down and kept trimmed down throughout the life of the project. Then the third dimension in the analysis is the vertical. Now, this is a profile here. And what a profile is, it's like a slice of the earth. So the dashed line that you see right there is the existing ground. The red line is the sight line. There's no conflicts there, except for the vegetation that's going to have to be trimmed. So we're good on that. We meet all the requirements of AASHTO and SAM. Then the next thing that we look at is queuing. What queuing is the number of cars that get stacked up at an intersection whenever there's a stop condition. So cars pile up and you could get 10 cars in a queue waiting for the green light. We checked the queue and we have more than adequate capacity. The average queue that we saw on the day of the traffic counts was 4 cars in the queue, and we have room for 17. The maximum that we saw, I believe, was 11 cars in the queue, which still gives us plenty of queuing for the 3 cars that we're going to produce in the AM, if they were to come all out at the same time. So the next thing that we look at, and this is something that people sometimes don't understand, is the horizon year. By definition, according to SAM, the horizon year is 10 years after the implementation year. So that puts us to the year 2034, a long ways into the future. But we still went with a 1%, a very aggressive growth rate per year, compounded per year, to the year 2034. So the background traffic, if you have a few cars, it's not that much, but if you have 1,000 cars, 1% per year compounded every year, it increases significantly. So then we do the same analysis as we did for the implementation year. We look at the no build, and we see what happens when we project that far into the future. And the only issue that we have is that E that now has gone into NEF for the PM, only for the PM. And that's based upon that aggressive growth rate in there. And that's without any of our traffic being involved. Then we add our traffic to it for the build condition. And it's an F, but it's 4 seconds difference, I believe, if you look at the delay, 4 seconds delay difference with those assumptions. And the horizon year is mainly used for planning purposes. It could be corrected by changing the timing, and this is an interconnected, coordinated system where if you change the timing on one, you have to change the timing on everything. But as properties develop and as things change, the timing should be changed. And periodically, the city of Santa Fe does resynchronize their traffic signals. So this is based upon the existing timing. So what does the TIA say? So for the existing conditions, we have good conditions out there. We meet all operational requirements. For the implementation year, everything is good. We meet all the operational requirements. For the horizon year, we have that one failure up there, and it's only in the PM peak hour. Sight distance. We meet all the sight distance requirements of the AASHTO and of the SAM. Now, AASHTO, I didn't tell you what that is. That's another acronym that lazy engineers use for the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Geometric Policy Book. And as far as indirect left turns, we have sufficient gaps to go ahead and do that. And we can, our crash data, we're in a low crash area, and our crash frequency is very low. And with the proposed improvements that we've stated here, we believe that this subdivision does not have any adverse effects on the roadway network in the area. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, for your thorough presentation.
Hi, good evening. My name is Orlane Guerrero-Ortiz. I have been sworn. I'm with Design Ingenuity. Our office is at 421 Louisa Street, Suite 8. Like Monica, I've been in the business for more years than I'd like to suggest or mention. I started here in this community working for the city of Santa Fe as a city subdivision engineer. Then went to the county and ran the development review division there for a number of years before I started working with my husband in a consulting firm here in town. And we've been in business for about 22 years. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the innovative street design. And I don't have my figures, and I could maybe flip back through her stuff, but we started making that design a number of years ago, I think when I was getting frustrated pulling children out of cars and running into trees and bushes. And I just thought where sidewalks are located, or where parking is located, there should be sidewalk immediately adjacent. If you're trying to convince people to park somewhere, put the sidewalk right adjacent. And that's what this design does. It doesn't eliminate the number of trees going into the project. It doesn't reduce the amount of sidewalk. It doesn't change anything with regards to standards. It just moves the location of the sidewalk and brings it adjacent to where parking locations are. And we are defining parking by putting out bump outs, which really kind of confines where people park. And that's totally intentional, and that's also something that's recommended in the code. A lot of you are fairly new, but the Planning Commission has seen that innovative design several times. We've got it built in many locations. And I've had the city public traffic engineer recommending a change in code to make that the innovative design part of code, and hopefully that does happen someday, but it hasn't occurred yet. The one thing I did want to talk about are 3 conditions that are problematic. And Monica, how do I go backwards? Here we go. Okay. I wanted to show you her drawing 42. And you'll see we show a curvilinear sidewalk along Old Pecos Trail. Across the street, there's a curvilinear sidewalk. There's a condition 64 in Exhibit A. That is a weird condition. It says curvilinear sidewalk looks nice but are inconvenient for users. We need direction from the Planning Commission. That's not a strong condition one way or another saying make it straight. It's just saying it's inconvenient. Just to let you know, over the years, as designers, civil designers, Mike and I have been directed by previous staff to do curvilinear sidewalk along Old Pecos Trail. So there are several projects that we both have designed on that roadway that have curvilinear trail, and yet we're getting direction now saying make it straight. So we just need direction from you all whether it should be straight or should be curvilinear. We can go either way. But, you know, I think that's from just staff evolution, people leaving the city and new thoughts are coming in. There is a condition that we are objecting to. It's also in Exhibit A. It's number 57. And it says designate public access along the Arroyo for people walking or I think it was bicycling. I have a concern about that. The Arroyo leads to a culvert. It's not a culvert designed for people to go under. Also, this is, you know, the Arroyo itself has got 30% slopes on the sides of it. It is not an environment where I would want to encourage people to walk. It is an environment we have left open on purpose for wildlife because we know wildlife passes through this area and we want those openings for the wildlife in our community. But it's not something that we think is a wise idea, and so we're hoping you'll agree with us that public access along the Arroyo is not appropriate in this project. Again, it literally, you would just end at a culvert that you would have to crawl to get through. You couldn't walk through it. So I wouldn't encourage that. The other thing that we object to is in the main report. It's condition number 2. it says walls and fences are prohibited within the 75-foot setback. Code requires a building setback of 75 feet. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about walls or fences. And if I was going to live there, I could imagine I might want a dog run or something in that 75-foot setback. So we believe that that is not a code provision, and we object to it, and we'd like it removed as a condition of approval. Thank you.
Mr. Esquivel?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission. So with regard to the meandering sidewalk, I did talk with the DRT member, and they did pull that condition. I guess I didn't update the memo in time. I understand the condition and the concern for the Arroyo. That's going to be something that the Planning Commission will need to address. The staff is pretty adamant that we want to continue to maintain that corridor openness, and we believe that in order to meet the intent that they shouldn't have walls or fences that are going to be put up against that 75-foot setback.
Madam Chair, my name is Carl Summer. My mailing address is Post Office Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504, and I've been sworn in. I will be brief. I'm here to address what I think is going to be the heart of the matter for you all this evening, and that is the question of, should you all recommend to the City Council that this property be rezoned from R1 to R3 with a development plan that has an effective zoning of about 2.6. Just as a general matter, just up the street on Opecos Trail to the north is an R2 PUD property. That means 2 units to the acre. Across the street, you all seen that, same thing, R2 PUD. The lots are smaller, and a PUD is a planned unit development, which allows for designs to be more compact. And so I say that because the density that is being requested by this rezoning is, on this basically 10-acre parcel, 9.5 something, is 2 units per acre plus the affordable housing that is required by the code. There's 5 affordable houses in this development. They're not contributions to some fund or whatever. There are going to be 5 affordable houses on this property. None of the other properties in this corridor meet this requirement. And so I bring that to your attention because when you're talking about this corridor and the existing uses and the effects that the existing uses have had on that neighborhood, I don't know, maybe you all have driven through there or not, but you've seen the maps. The R2 PUDs did not destroy this area. They did not decimate the neighborhood. In fact, they created value in the neighborhood. They brought diversity to the neighborhood. That is essentially the question in front of you. It goes to the heart of the matter. I will be very brief about what I think the central issue is. In your packet, Dan talked about the 3 criteria that the zoning code says you have to meet one of these criteria: a mistake, a change in condition, or a more favorable zoning that is in keeping with the general plan or other adopted plans. So those are one of the 3 criteria that must be met. And unequivocally, the last one of those has been met, and staff has agreed with that. What is that criteria specifically? That says, and I bring it to your attention because it goes to the central question that before recommending approval, any rezoning, a different use category is more advantageous to the community as articulated in the general plan or other adopted city plans. So that's the central issue. Is an R1 the lowest density possible, or an R3 with a 2.6 effective density with 5 affordable housing more advantageous to the community? What is the community? That's not defined in the code, but the general plan is a community-wide document. It is not a neighborhood-centric document. It does not talk about Solely Lomas being the community. It talks about Santa Fe being the community. So in determining what the policies of the general plan are, you must look carefully at them. So the other thing that is central to a rezoning is that all rezonings must conform to the general plan. This zoning does not conform to the general plan. And I've heard over and over in discussions in front of you, people in this neighborhood, neighborhoods nearby, the general plan is an old document, it needs to be revisited, it's out of date. This general plan was adopted in 1999. It's been there for that number of years. And if it's out of date, is it out of date because the densities are too low? What are we experiencing in this community? We're experiencing a housing dearth, and we all know what that's doing to prices. We all know what it's doing to people's ability to afford to live here. If you look in the general plan, one of the most serious and important articulated policies of the general plan is infill and affordability. This property is designated by the general plan in an infill area. So it's designated as an infill property. What is infill? What does the code and the general plan say about infill? It says, for infill areas, this is right out of the general plan, and I quote, the city must encourage higher densities of residential development than existing zoning often allows. That's the policy of the general plan for infill. And why is that? Because the general plan wants to produce a diversity of housing, affordability of housing, and that's the way it's done, is through infill. Now, of course, you all have to struggle with, is there inappropriate infill? No, like if someone was going to do an apartment complex in this corridor and say, hey, 77 units on this property, probably would be inappropriate infill, but is 2.6 that matches the other densities in this area, in this corridor, with affordable housing, inappropriate infill? That's a matter for you all to determine. But when you look at the policies and you say, is it more advantageous to our community to infill with affordable housing and slightly more density than the surrounding neighborhood? That is the question in front of you with respect to that. It is a very simple matter. The general plan sets out all of the policies. The zoning ordinance must conform to that policy. Staff has said that they recommend to you all a recommendation of approval. And I submit to you that every policy that you look at in the general plan will militate in favor of the rezoning in the manner that's being suggested. And that is because this application actually brings this property into conformance with the general plan. You're going to hear a lot, probably, about the charter, the city charter, as being a guiding policy document with respect to neighborhoods. I submit to you that the policy about neighborhoods, if you look at it carefully, talks about neighborhoods in a general sense. It does not talk about the preservation in any strict sense of any particular quality. It is not a policy that says between Solely Lomas and across the street that you could apply with any meaning whatsoever. What the charter is clear on is that the zoning ordinances must follow the general plan. This plan is in effect. It is a wise plan. It promotes every policy that you all have to deal with over and over and over again. I submit to you that staff has said to you that we meet the criteria because when you roll up your sleeves and you look at the policies of the general plan, you are going to find that this conforms to that third criteria, which is all of the policies in the general plan are implemented and are more advantageous than keeping this property at a R1 zoning. The R1 zoning reduces the number of houses, removes the possibility for affordable housing on this property, and I submit to you, it is detrimental. Now, I know you're going to hear from a lot of people. They don't want to hear change. They don't want to see change, and all of us understand that. All of us have had to deal with that in our lives. We live with it every day. The question is, what does the plan say, the general plan, and what does the ordinance say that you are entitled to do? I submit to you that the conclusion is inescapable. This conforms to the general plan, and the recommendation of approval for the rezoning is appropriate. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yes, I was going to, I think it concludes the applicant's presentation. Okay. I was going to ask if any of the commissioners had any clarification questions at this point in time. Commissioner Minejo Falls?
Thank you. Can you tell us what the projected affordability price point are of these 5 affordable houses?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the city's affordable housing requirements have very strict requirements as to, with the number of houses that you're providing, they have to, a certain number have to be in the low, the mid, and the higher range, and so they will match those requirements of the code. Are you looking for price points specifically?
Yes, I'd like to know who these houses are going to be affordable for.
So these houses, the houses that meet the affordable housing requirement are based basically on this concept. You'll recall Ms. Ladd was in front of you, so I'm going to repeat a little bit of what she said. And she said that it's based on the area median income, a certain percentage of the area median income. It's, and I don't have the exact figures, but it's 50%, 80%, and 100% of the area median income. So if you have a median income, you should only be spending 30% of your income on a home or your housing. And so whatever 30% of your income will afford, that's how the houses are priced. So you can imagine that these houses that are affordable are going to be for people who are working families. They're going to be teachers. They're going to be they're going to be affordable for people who are 100% of the median income, 80% of the median income, and 50% of the median income. So those are the general categories of who would be qualify for these homes. And then the other element of that, Commissioner, is we have to meet a size requirement. We can't just put, they have to have a certain number of bedrooms, they have to be a certain size in each one of those categories. And so they're very strict, they're very regulated, and there's no wiggle room about how you get it done. And they are intended for working people in the city of Santa Fe who can't otherwise afford to live in these areas.
Thank you.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Mr. Pava, or Commissioner Pava.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have probably a series of questions, several questions, mostly addressed to staff. If appropriate, the applicant might need to respond. Just so I'm clear, with R1 zoning, Mr. Escobar, the height limitation here would be, what, 26 feet?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Pava, the height requirements in an R1 or R3 are the same. Maximum height requirements are 36 feet and 24 feet. Those are the standards. But within the overlay, you're limited to a maximum height of 25 regardless.
Thank you. Currently, this proposal, being a proposed R3 zone, doesn't require a development plan per se, correct?
That is correct.
However, we have a preliminary plat. On this preliminary plat, could there be notes with very specific conditions addressing some of the concerns and issues that we have been discussing this evening?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Pava, that is correct. You can put the notes on the plat.
Okay, thank you. I know it's not staff's job to necessarily suggest alternatives, although as a staffer years ago, I took it upon myself to do some. So my question would be this: in your discussions with the applicant, was there other consideration of some other zone options? Knowing that context and intensity are important considerations, they're kind of implied with the rezoning. Context and intensity, I would look at, for example, the PUD R2 just down the street, so-called plazas development. Was anything like that discussed as a consideration of an option or guidance, or was it just R3 and that's what they wanted to do, and you left it at that?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Pava, so the PUD option only provides the massaging of design standards. It doesn't give you a higher density or offer you a higher density. So we don't really offer that as a suggestion unless they're having issues or they wish to massage the design standards, not to go below the standards for health safety, but to match those standards, but maybe a different design, and that's what the PUD allows. So for instance, the PUD would have been an option for them if they wanted to take that 50% open space per lot and maybe take it out of the lot and make it someplace else as a much open area, just like the one north of the project. But they chose not to do that. They chose to maintain just a basic zoning criteria. Let's see, I think that answers the first question. What was your second question?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, say, under PUD zoning, and under our code, and there is PUD zoning along Pecos Trail and DeVargas Heights and over at the plazas, wouldn't there be more specific control over all of those aspects that are the concern of the overlay zone?
Yes and no. It just depends on what their design is. Since we don't really design the project for them, we review it and assess it against our rules and regulations. If that's what their application is, that's what we're going to take in and review. We don't dictate what they should do or how they should do it. If there's a variety of options available to them within Chapter 14, it's up to them to make that choice.
Thank you. So it might, what I'm hearing is it's possible that a PUD might address in some ways some of the concerns or some of the issues that the intent that are there in the intent with the intent of the overlay, the highway corridor overlay zone, because you can address design issues very specifically, for example. Whereas with this R3, let's say we were to approve R3 tonight, and then the property is sold. What happens then? And somebody else who wants to develop it some other way with standard R3 and not this innovative street design and so on and so forth. Is that something we should be concerned about?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Pava, it is true if you recommend approval and the governing body does approve the R3 zoning and it were to sell and somebody else wants to do R7, for instance, they would have that ability to come in and make that request. R3 zoning isn't going to give them that many more dwelling units than they already have when you calculate the density. So what the PUD only offers them is the ability to avoid variances that are somewhat hard to get to begin with. The PUD allows it to happen because the PUD is an overlay through the ordinance process that the governing body approves. So they could, for instance, instead of 50% each lot, they can calculate and average that amount and through a PUD place that up against the front or adjacent to Old Pecos Trail, and that would work because it wouldn't require a variance to go against the ordinance because the PUD would allow for that massaging of the rules. It doesn't weaken the rules, it's not against the rules, it's just different from the rules that follows the same intent. And that's what the PUD allows, is it allows for somebody to massage those rules. If somebody came in with a different design, it would still have to meet the same criteria regardless of how many lots they choose how big of a lots they choose. They still have to meet the 50% per lot. They still have to meet the setback requirements. They're still accessing on a curb. They still have to meet the same health safety standards that this subdivision has to meet. I don't know how much of an advantage a PUD would actually provide other than the open space, to be honest.
Thank you for those clarifications. My final question regards parking. When I look at the plat, as best I could, enlarging and whatnot, and based on my experience, I'm really not clear how many on-street parking spaces there are in the 18 lots and in the 7 lots. I didn't count a whole lot, but maybe you or the applicant can clarify. I understand that every DU is going to have, of course, there probably a 2-car garage and a driveway suitable for 2 cars or maybe more. But on-street parking, how many on-street parking spaces are shown on the plat?
I'd have to defer to the applicant for that design. Since the subcollector standards offer 2 options, they're actually exceeding the requirements by offering on-street parking. Since those lots are large enough to handle additional parking within the premises, the on-street parking definitely adds to that. So I didn't calculate that since it was an overage on my end.
And the reason I express some concern is if you look at this, unlike many neighborhoods, like where I live in Barrio, La Cañada, for example, you can't park in front of my house, which is a special use R5 district. There's other places to park. It's not prohibited. Nobody's going to park on Pecos Trail. I mean, it's not San Francisco, like where I grew up. You park everywhere. But in this case, we're going to have, somebody has an event, and it seems to me there might be a deficit of parking and a problem there, but maybe somebody else can expound on that.
Yep, I would have to defer to the applicant for that.
I have a follow-up question.
Commissioner Lucero's next, and then
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't clear on where the culvert is in the Arroyo, and so if you could clarify that. And then also, will there be measures taken to prohibit the public or even nearby residents from entering this Arroyo?
The culvert is actually right off of the old Pecos Trail. So if you look at the picture of the box culvert, it's on the north side of that, and it's I don't know, 3 feet. It's not very big. And it's on the other side, on the easement side of the old Pecos Trail. So you could go through and then sort of climb up and then get onto the street if you were walking that sidewalk. In terms of access on the old through the Arroyo, I'd have to ask the applicants if that was going to be allowed within that development. Since the city doesn't own, I don't think the city owns that Arroyo. I think it's private.
Clow, to answer Commissioner Pava's question, there are 13 on-street parking places, 3 on the north side where the 7 lots are, and 10 on the south side where there are 18 lots. And to address your question, Commissioner Lucero, the culvert goes underneath Old Pecos Trail. And around that structure near it, the DOT has put a bunch of fencing around. So it's very difficult, actually. We made it the other day, but not easily, going from the Arroyo up to the street. So it's really kind of a dead end, and it's steep sloped. So it's really very difficult on the east end of the Arroyo to get out of the Arroyo. The west end is open, and we are not intending to block it in any way. Because we want animals to be able to get through. It's just that we don't want to encourage this as something that pedestrians and bicyclists would use, because they literally would go in and turn around and come back out and potentially damage a more fragile ecosystem. Thank you.
Commissioner Hinojos. Hosball?
Yes, Mr. Esquivel, to follow up on what could happen if the project then is sold to someone else, another developer. I noted on the proposal that this applicant has eliminated the 2 stories allowance for the project. If it was sold, could a developer then come in and build up to 2 stories?
Madam Chair, members of the Commissioner Hinojosa, if a purchaser were to accept the approvals and conditions of the preliminary and final plat that was adopted by the Planning Commission, then they're stuck with those conditions regardless of who buys it.
Okay.
If the rezoning were to go forward and somebody were to purchase the property and there's a preliminary approval already established and they choose not to go to the final approval and they want to rearrange the lots, they would have to come back before this body in order to make those changes. So this body would still have control over the design parameters of that subdivision relative to 1 or 2 story development. 24 feet would allow for a 2-story building.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Landboy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Clow. Jessie Lawrence has a question, and so I would like to unmute her. Please, as the chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Mr. Esquivel, I wanted to ask about the open space requirements and the information that the applicant presented as part of their presentation. They had shown some images that I don't believe I had seen before about how they may be able to address the open space, and I was wondering if what they presented would meet the requirements in your review.
Madam Chair, members of the Commissioners, Commissioner Lawrence, unfortunately I haven't had a chance to look at their presentation and analyze it because that was presented tonight as part of their wanting to meet the condition. I would have to look at it a little bit more in depth so that I can see how the open space is being managed, how the open space is connecting together, and how it fits together with the overall overlay and the intent of the overlay. I couldn't really give you an answer without analyzing it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Esquivel. I have no further questions at this time.
I have a question. Would the applicant be willing to put on the plat that building is limited to 1 story?
We have no problem with that, and we have no problem with just to make clear about the open space, we intend to meet Dan's condition and the concern that he has and demonstrate that to your all's satisfaction. So it's not an issue for us, and it will be proved to you and to Dan's satisfaction. And we will put that on the plat, the 1-story requirement.
Okay, so with that, we can add that as a condition that on the plat,
Absolutely.
building would be limited to 1 story.
Homes would be limited to 1 story.
And then that would prevent any future buyer from,
Without coming back to you all.
that's correct. Any other questions, or can we move on to public comment? Okay, we will move on to public comment. We'll first take public comment of the public that's here. Then we'll take public comment by Zoom. And I understand that a number of individuals who have 2 minutes to speak have given their time to others. And Ms. Lamboy, you want to address how that will be done? Sure, that would be good. Back in like 5 minutes. Might be longer than that if everyone's running out there.
do it. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Pick me up, right? Oh, no, no.
Yeah, it's, it needs a microphone, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is just one that's not.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's like
Got
gonna be so yeah, remember last time that. I feel like we turned something.
Yeah, it was on my end, yeah, and I should have it up all the way. Should have it up all the way.
I don't think the sound is on straight out, and it has an X.
Yeah. So how do you see? There it is. Yeah. Thank you.
No, it's right here.
Oh, okay. You want to start playing it real quick just to make sure?
Yeah, I don't want to ruin the effect, but yes.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. All right. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay. So when I'll be right behind you. Yeah. But you're gonna talk to us, and then it.
No, he's gonna go first.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
He's got it. He's very short.
Don't worry about it. Just don't. If you just ignore it.
Okay, let's be in session. Everyone quiet, please. It's going to be a long night. Quiet, please. City staff, you want to discuss how we're proceeding? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Clow, members of the commission. The intent, we understand that a number of individuals would like to consolidate their time. We generally, the commission allows 2 minutes per individual. And in order to allow for longer communication, a number of the public would like to cede their time to individuals to consolidate that time. What we would ask, if you are doing that, please step forward, state your intentions with the consolidation, the names of the people who are ceding their time to you, and then we need them to be identified in the room or on Zoom for the record. And when we figure that out, we will say, you have 10 minutes, you have 12 minutes, you know, whatever the time is, calculated based on the number of individuals ceding their time.
And if I may add also, those folks who are on Zoom, we will be calling on you by a raised hand. So when you, or if you desire to speak, then please raise your hand and you will be giving your testimony after the folks who are present give theirs.
Okay, so we can begin.
My name is Hilario Romero.
Well, should we swear everyone in that's standing up? So everyone who's standing up, please.
Let me walk on this side, please. Thank you. If I can see everybody. Thank you. Everybody who's going to speak, please raise your hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Gentleman behind me is going to go first, and then I'm going next. I have 4 people who have given their time to me. My name is Hilario Romero, 1561 La Cieneguita. Jerry Wise, Michelle Ingor, Barry Honeycutt, and Emily Halliday.
And could they please stand up? And I can't, can you guys, I can't see behind the screen. Okay, so we're fine?
Okay, so you want the ones, right, who get the time, right? Is that what you want to do first?
Yes, why don't,
I'm Randall Bell. My address is 1225G South St. Francis Drive, 87501.
and Mr. Bell, did the 4 people that stand up there conceding their time to you? No. Then you need to speak first.
Oh. I think
Is it, unless you're out of order, if you're out of order, then we'll just start again.
we're not. The impression we have here is that you wanted everybody who's going to do that to come forward.
No, you can do it in any order you want, just identify if, in fact, you're doing that so that we then can see who's conceding their time. So any order that you want.
I would like to go first. I was standing here first. I've said in this meeting I have 15 or 20 seconds I'd like to speak. Please.
That's fine.
My name is Kenneth Jacks. I live at 716 East Zia Road. It's about 700 yards to the east of this project. I've lived there for 20 years or so. Always thought that zoning is a covenant with landowners, and it's a prospect to prospective buyers. What will be the conditions in the neighborhood after they buy it? So I think 1 dwelling per acre equals 9 residences. That's it. So please protect my investments and the investments of other people in the neighborhood. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
So how much time do I have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, thank you. First, I'm going to read something, and then I'm going to show a film clip, 3-minute film clip. Okay, where do I start? I'm a native of Santa Fe, on my father's side since the founding of this town, and on my mother's side for 6 centuries. I've been around the block for a while, and I have 42 years experience as a university professor teaching the history of this very place, and New Mexico, and the Southwest, and Mexico, and Latin America, and Spain. So I have a little bit of a background. Anyway, I am submitting this film clip that you were to see, and my testimony in opposition to the applicant's rezoning requests. This short film strip I will present was shot by a professional producer-director with my presence and assistance by car, drone, on foot, using a camera on a tripod. The filming site is along the south section of the old Pecos Trail with what the city defines in its 1999 general plan as the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. Between the intersection with I-25 and St. Michael's Drive and along West Sierra Road, including the locations of the applicant's proposed entrances to the proposed subdivision on West Sierra Road and Opecos Trail. There are also visuals of the plazas and Quail Run taken from vehicles on foot from the Opecos Trail, which are identified in writing on the film. The purpose of this film is to provide the Commission with evidence of the existing scenic and visual character and openness of this section of the old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, and its historical, cultural, and aesthetic benefits to the Santa Fe community at large, as well as some of the peak morning hour road traffic conditions along Old Pecos Trail, which we were there from 7:45 to 8:45, and then went on filming all the way till 11:45. So we were there for a long time, boots on the ground. And on West Sierra Road, where the applicant has his proposed new road access for the 7 of the 27 proposed lots. This film clip also shows some of the wildlife on the subject property during the shooting on June 9th, 2022, recently, not November. This was on a Wednesday from 7:45 to 8:45. I ask that this film clip be made part of the city's record in the rezoning case number 2022-5063. This film clip is in no way a substitute for the site visit requested by Mr. Throne to the Commission in his April 14 comments to the Commission included in your packet. This road, the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, and the road itself is a national historic trail. A national historic trail, folks. Just like the El Camino Real and just like the Old Spanish Trail here. And it is the original 1,200-year-old trail to Sicuye, which is Pecos Pueblo. We know it today as Pecos National Monument. And the 400-year-old trail called by the Spanish when they arrived, called Camino a Pecos, the Camino or the road to Pecos Pueblo. So, we're going to go ahead and show it. And once again, to me, after seeing the plat, this infill is overfill.
I'm going to ask that there be no clapping comments. It's not appropriate, please.
Do you remember Santa Fe in the old days? Here we are on the old Pecos Trail. They want to build high-ceiling homes here.
The original trail. The tunnel people, they use this trail to get to Pecos Pueblo. 18-foot, houses that are going to go in there. And in this open space right here, this is where it really shows more than any other place. Now, on top of the hill, hopefully they will leave those trees, as a buffer on the upper part. And so if they do, it will be a buffer for the houses, unless you build them on top of that hill over there. Build them on top of that hill, you're gonna see. That's the first thing you're gonna see. So it's a matter of whether they want to backdrop them or lower the level of the earth, to where you can't see them. We were giving tickets out, police giving tickets out at a field day. The beauty of the other places that have done an incredible job of backing off their developments and the deer on the property. It's a wildlife corridor. Thank you.
Again, Randall Bell, I have already been sworn in and given my address. I have, first of all, Mr. Johnson, who is the Executive Director of the Old Santa Fe Association.
Mr. Bell, I think that there's some people that conceded time to you. Is that correct? They need to be identified and they need to stand up.
First.
Okay.
Yes, earlier.
And I believe we're not allowing handouts. You can refer to them when you're speaking and you can show them, but we're not allowing handouts per the city attorney's recommendation.
Is that a standing policy for all?
Yes. There were written comments and non-oral comments allowed previously. That time period closed Monday at 5 p.m. It was advertised, so we are not taking anything else into the written record, including pictures, at this point.
That is really unfortunate, because this would be very helpful for the commissioners to understand the layout of.
You can put it on the screen, and you can discuss it and show it to us. We're just not taking additional. And, be aware that the public written comments were probably about 350 pages, and rest assured, we looked at all of them, we read all of them, so we've seen those. So, Mr. Bell, you can refer to it. We can put it on the screen.
Well, you won't be able to see it from the screen, but you can try.
If you put it on, can it be put on the big screen?
Let's try to get it on the big screen.
And in the meantime, could you tell us who's conceding their time, and then they can stand up? And your time has not started yet, so.
There's a lady here who came down at the beginning of the process. I guess talk to the city attorney, giving her 2 minutes to me this evening. Barbara McPhee is her name. There are the following others who earlier in the day who should be present either personally or by Zoom have given their 2 minutes to me also. Mark Gate, G-A-I-T, Diana McKinnis, Donna Ray Peth, P-E-T-H, Bob Joseph, and Sally Covington.
Chair Clow,
Yes.
could we just have those people in the room identify themselves, and then we will and state their name, and then we will identify them online in just a minute.
There may be someone on Zoom.
I had Diane. Did Diane say her name? I'm sorry. Diane McGinnis on Zoom. Okay, we're not seeing that. Bob Joseph?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, thank you. And Sally Covington? And if you are Sally Covington on Zoom, please raise your hand. That'll help. Just pull you to the top of the list.
You see Sally.
Okay.
No last.
And it was Barbara McPhee. Okay, thank you.
That's 5 people, is that correct? So, 5 people?
Plus the
Plus
speaker?
Speaker, so that's 12 minutes. Okay, Mr. Bell, you can start.
All right. I'm going to start with general comments, and I am president of the Old Santa Fe Association, and so I am presenting our support to the objecting neighbors to the rezoning, and our organization is strongly supporting their objection. And the main intent in my particular presentation is to show the negative impact on the proposed overly dense subdivision on the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. I would also request that my letter to the Commission of April 13th, 2022 be included in the record as part of my sworn testimony. So my initial comments, I've been a practicing attorney in Santa Fe for over 42 years. I've been heavily engaged in neighborhood and preservation matters for at least 35 years. As I said, I'm currently the president of the Old Santa Fe Association, a nearly century-old preservation organization, which is one of, if not the oldest, such organization in the U.S. Our mission is to preserve the historic architectural and cultural components of Santa Fe, a city that 5 years ago was awarded the unprecedented and one-time award by the National Geographic for having the strongest sense of place of any city on the planet. Consider how important that is. I would submit that that places a large responsibility for all of those, including members of this commission, charged with guiding development of this precious place. I would also note that a key part of our sense of place is the extraordinarily beautiful landscape in which Santa Fe sits and its beautiful views towards the mountains, as well as the native vegetation and wildlife. It is this environment and heritage that propelled the city of Santa Fe and its citizens to create a number of protected entry corridors, which were the result of a great deal of hard work and broad consensus in the community. It's shocking to see the attitude that these special corridors will be disregarded to serve the interests of development. Essentially, the city is abdicating its responsibility to implement more formally these corridors. And this is among the best preserved and historically important, being the Old Pecos Trail, which has a legacy of at least 1,200 years of indigenous traffic between Pecos, Pueblo, and what is now known as Santa Fe, and on which route we modern people continue to travel. When Santa Fe was a small town, our organization was focused largely on the downtown and designated historic areas. Now that Santa Fe has sprawled, we are endeavoring to assist neighborhoods throughout the city in their goals of maintaining their integrity and to see that the city is responsive to its citizens, not just developers. On behalf of the Old Santa Fe Association and many others in the community, I urge you to deny this rezoning request, which would triple the prescribed density and have a marked effect on the visual impact of the to-date well-preserved Scenic Corridor along Old Pecos Trail. This corridor affects all the citizens of Santa Fe who travel it, as well as the untold numbers of visitors who pass through it and have their first impression of the city different. To that end, we have prepared several visual exhibits, which I will now present, which will assist the commissioners in seeing what visual impact of the proposed development will be. Go ahead on the first one. We, the association, have put together the following site and building mass images of the applicant's proposed subdivision with the intention of assisting commission members, neighbors, and interested citizens in evaluating the visual impact which such a subdivision will have on Santa Fe's designated scenic entry corridor. I think I should shift to the other images. I know it's difficult for you to see up there, but maybe on the larger screen. The 3D massing model of the site shows two views from Old Pecos Trail of a future development built to the density and height requested in the rezoning application. The building masses are hypothetical, as no structures have been presented as a part of this application. OSPA felt it was necessary to present how such structures placed within each lot reflecting the requested maximum height and setback would impact this most pristine and threatened entry corridor. The building masses shown are based on the latest proposed subdivision plat provided by the applicant per sheet 2 of 40, dated May 20th, 2022. It has been here supplied with overlays showing natural topography, existing trees, proposed new trees, and prospective building footprints. I would say that is likely the first one, which we can go back to. The building heights shown are realistic as they are based on existing topography as taken from the city's geographic information system. They are shown at a height of 19 feet 4 inches, which is based upon the applicant's request on sheet 2 and an accompanying report as 18 feet plus parapets. The building masses are placed on each lot at the lowest natural grade adjacent to the building mass on that lot. The viewpoints from Old Pecos Trail are taken looking northwest and southwest toward the proposed development at an elevation of 5 feet above the grade, so that you can get some idea of, if you're passing by, what you're going to be seeing. Existing and proposed trees are included in the 2 images. The location of the proposed trees shown comes directly from the applicant's landscape plan, sheet 26 of 40. It should be noted that the number of existing trees to remain is speculative, though, as the applicant intends to remove significant number of existing trees. Those within the 75-foot setback along the Old Pecos Trail are shown at 11 feet. Proposed trees shown at between 7 and 12 feet in height. The proposed lot density will afford minimal retention of the existing trees, with the proposed trees providing only a fairly modest screening of such tall structures. The unknown effect of the landscape plan on the effective screening of future structures amounts to another of the troubling ambiguities contained in the applications of this sort, particularly one located along one of Santa Fe's most well-preserved and beautiful remaining entry corridors. A topographic analysis of the relative elevations of Old Pecos Trail to those of likely building pads on those lots abutting the 75-foot setback, that would be lots 1, 2, 3, 8, 22, 23, and 25, show the difference in pad elevations to be between approximately 4 feet for lot 8 and 25, resulting in 15 feet plus height above road grade. The other lot building pads range from between 10 feet and 14 feet below the Old Pecos Trail, resulting in a possible height above the road at between 5 feet and 9 feet. The conclusion is that there would be a significant exposure of the buildings on these lots and obstruction of views from the Old Pecos Trail thereby. And I would note that the indication on the site plan, we have very conservatively indicated structures on the smaller lots at 1,500 square feet and on the larger lots at 2,000. Ms. Montoya is projecting up to, I think she said 7,600 square feet. So the reality would be that the impression of these structures could be hugely greater than what we have conservatively projected. I'd also note these renderings do not show the fencing that was contemplated as they were prepared prior to late last Friday when staff first indicated there would be a fencing condition. I would certainly encourage the city, should this thing be approved, that they bar fencing within the 75-foot setback. So in page 2 of staff's report, which is condition of preliminary plat approval number 2, states that the owners of the lot closest to Old Pecos Trail will be allowed to install walls, fences along the 75-foot setback of a design type such as wood split rail fencing to address the intent of the general plan of the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. I mean, there you have an acknowledgement of the Scenic Corridor. That's staff's words. Such fencing would also diminish the existing visual character of this section of the corridor from the perspective of community users on Old Pecos Trail. It is not shown in this rendering since it was not addressed until after we prepared this prepared this rendering. Just a few other comments that were not exactly what I was going to come up here to present, but all developers are always trying to sell things on the basis of, hey, we've got this great new affordable housing, and let's face it, this city desperately needs affordable housing. It's unfortunate that most of the apartments that are being built provide for none because of the fee in lieu. I cannot derive from the comments made by Ms. Montoya, Mr. Summer, or Mr. Escabel, how in the world is this proposed housing going to work? They talk about 5 lots. Are those going to be sold by the developer? Who's going to control that process? Are they going to be deeded to the city and the city is going to develop them as affordable housing? I'm not aware of any specific detail as to how that is going to be implemented. The other thing I would say is Ms. Montoya was tonight and in the paper yesterday quoted as saying that there will be architectural or design restrictions. However, it is not, there is no HOA documents that have been prepared that would actually control that. I do not see the city stepping forward to undertake to require very specific HOA type design standards and scale and materials. They just say something about compatible. This is so incredibly vague.
Minute warning.
And so my feeling is, first of all, it's premature to act on this given the lack of detail on some of these key proposals. And we would, as an organization, strongly urge you to deny the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Next. Yes?
Chair Clow, I just wanted to clarify that we were able to identify another individual that he had mentioned on Zoom, and so we added the additional 2 minutes to that time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Chair Clow, what I'm going to do is after we figure out how many people this person's representing, I'm going to send a sign-up sheet down the line so folks can actually sit down, and then we'll call you sequentially.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Bruce Throne. I originally asked for 15 minutes to Ms. Moore, but since then, an additional person, I'll give you their names, has offered to cede me 2 more minutes of time, so I'm asking for about 17 minutes. It may not take that long, but the following individuals have ceded, indicate to me they ceded their time. Mark Baker.
And could you stand up when your name's called, please?
Mark Baker was one. Annie Campbell.
I'll go ahead and stand up, please.
Katrina Huffaker. Madam Chair, these are people that are 70-plus years old in some cases. They've been sitting here for hours. They did show up, and I would ask your indulgence. They committed to showing up, and they did, but there is a limit to what people of a certain age can do. And I certainly saw this up.
I'm going to defer to the Assistant City Attorney.
Madam Chair, if they are on Zoom or in attendance, we can count them as being here, but this is when the public comment is. I understand that it's late, but that's when it is. So they can come in on Zoom, and we can count them.
Yeah, if there are other people here now that have not spoken, that want to concede their time,
we will need names, so.
Let me just finish the names I have.
Why don't we finish the names and stay standing? Ms. Campbell, can you stand back up? Okay. So go ahead, and then when your name's called, stand up, and then we'll get the names of the other people that want to concede time.
Jacqueline Helen, Helin. Ann Wrinkle. Jack Huberman. Nina Doherty. I'm sorry. Nina Doherty. Kathy Thomas. And Deborah Lilliart. Those are the names I had, and then if there's some additional people, I think that should give me sufficient time.
Yeah, so there are additional people that want to concede time. If so, can the ones that were called sit down, and then can the new ones stand up, and then you just need to state your names?
We have 6 right now.
So that,
You want more than 6?
Okay.
I want to make sure I don't get cut off.
What was your name, sir?
All right, just state your names. Should give me sufficient time. I think how many is that?
So it would be 10, including you, I have recorded down, so that's 20 minutes.
That should be enough for me.
Okay. Okay, we'll get the timer going here.
We are sending a sign-in sheet around, but yes, folks.
I'm happy to step back.
let's not confuse it. If maybe other people in line, it's a line's a line, maybe other people in line will go ahead and let you cut the line. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Throne.
Thank you. I currently reside at 154 West Zia Road. That's 0.4 of a mile west of the proposed northern entrance on West Zia Road to 7 of the applicants' proposed 25 yachts, where I've lived for the past 30 years. I've lived in Santa Fe for the past 46 years. I'm testifying today in opposition to the applicant's rezoning request. And I appreciate if your timekeeper could tell me when I have 1 minute left. I need that. Before I address the substantive issues I think that are raised today, I want to just object for the record to the Commission's parent decision to deny my June 21st motion to intervene and request to be allowed to cross-examine witnesses for the applicant and staff at this hearing. That motion and its factual and legal basis are in your packet. That decision denies me my constitutional rights to procedural due process in this proceeding as established by New Mexico appellate decisions that also address standing by affected persons to intervene in quasi-judicial proceedings. I've discussed that motion recently with City Attorney McSherry and informed her that I believe the city's attorney position in this regard, which she acknowledged has never been approved by the governing body or adopted by any existing city ordinance or rules, that a member of the community must have a property interest to cross-examine the applicant or staff and commission quasi-judicial proceedings is not in accordance with New Mexico appellate decisions and precedent that I've read. That noted, I'll move on. Prior to today's hearing, I submitted numerous written comments to Mr. Esquivel and the city's land use division staff contesting certain factual assertions by the applicant in his application, his traffic impact analysis, and other supporting documents, including a 24-page letter submitted on April 14th, 2022, which should be in your packet. And those detail the factual and legal basis for my opposition to this rezoning request. Since some of those comments were not included in Exhibit F to staff's July 15 report, I did email them to staff, and Ms. Moore emailed me back that they would be included in the commission's packet, so I assume you have that. In addition, on July 18th, after staff published for the first time its report on July 15th at about 4 p.m., I submitted 12 pages of additional comments with exhibits specifically addressing that staff report, which Ms. Moore informed me would also be included in the commission's packet in this case. I'm adopting all of my prior written comments addressing the applicant's rezoning request as part of my sworn testimony this evening. Due to the time constraints that I have, I only have time to address some of those comments today because they're very extensive. However, I would ask each of you to review and consider those comments after I took the time, probably more than 250 hours of my time, since the applicant first conducted its December 9th ENN meeting, to review all of the applicants and the staff submissions regarding these applications, including the 200-plus page traffic impact analysis in its entirety that was submitted by the applicant's engineer. Due to my 30-year residence on West Sea Road, I have personal knowledge of the facts about the impacts of the appellant's rezoning request stated in those prior written comments, which dispute assertions in the applicant's application report and staff's report regarding applicant's satisfaction of the requirement in the city code that he present sufficient facts to satisfy one of the legal criteria for city approval of his rezoning request. You heard previously from Mr. Summer that it's the third of those criteria that the applicant is relying on, greater benefit, or the more advantageous to the community criteria that I will address further in a few minutes. I want to emphasize up front that my testimony today not only addresses the impacts of this rezoning request on the benefits of the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, as recognized expressly in the 1999 General Plan as one of its themes, and in City Resolution number 2015-92 to the Santa Fe community at large. It also addresses the impact of this rezoning request on community public safety, for pedestrians, for bicyclists, and for motorists, using the Old Pecos Trail and West Sea Road, and within the adjacent Solly Lomas and Arroyo Chamiso neighborhoods. And I wish to emphasize that this is not a in-my-backyard-based opposition. The 1999 General Plan and that 2015 City Resolution make it clear that the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor is this community's front yard. It benefits the entire community, not just the adjoining Solly Lomas, Arroyo Chamiso, and other neighborhoods within this community. Well, they're part of this community, and they should not be ignored. Prior to moving to my home on West Sea Road 30 years ago, I owned a home on Ben-Hur Drive in Barrio La Cañada, off of Camino O'Leary, which, if some of you know, is a much higher density neighborhood. And I also rented, before I could afford a home, on Agua Fria on the west side and a couple of small places on the east side. The reason I'm also a past member of the Old Santa Fe Association Board, a past president of that board, and a past member of the Neighborhood Law Center for quite a few years. And I tell you that at the outset because due to the living in those other areas of the city, and based on those past board memberships, I gained a greater appreciation of the character, benefits, and concerns of different neighborhoods and community assets in different parts of Santa Fe than I would have had otherwise. And on occasion, I addressed those matters at previous hearings by this commission and by the governing body. And one of the reasons I asked for, on April 14th in my letter, that there be a site visit, because I don't know how you feel, but if any of you told me that you were concerned about a project in your neighborhood, I would not feel confident to assess that without doing a site visit based on the fact that it would be actually stated in my prior written comments, I participated in all three of the ENN meetings regarding these applications that began last December, after the applicant submitted its ENN filing to the city last October. I also testified, actually, approximately 17 to 18 years ago, in opposition to a proposed 31-home subdivision on this same tract that was then owned by the previous owners Mr. or Mrs. Worst. Of course, you now know that the applicant, the owner of this land is not the developer, but rather the Worst Family Trust, spelled W-U-R-S-T. And the applicant actually has got a purchase agreement, which is contingent on the city approving this rezoning request. So in my view, this is a bit of land speculation by the developer from Albuquerque based on rezoning, and we'll talk more about that. As you know, the purpose and intent of the city's E&M process in the city code is to give neighborhood residents an opportunity to express their concerns about these sorts of land use applications to the developer at an early stage before he spends a lot of time and money to proceed with his proposals, so that the developer can try to address those concerns. At the first December 9 E&M meeting via Zoom, the applicant's planner, Ms. Montoya, showed participants at that meeting a proposed plan that she described as, quote, alternative 3, close quote, consisting of 22 lots. Most of the participants at that E&M meeting objected to that proposed density based on his R3 zoning proposal and various concerns that were raised at that first meeting. At the applicant's next E&M meeting on February 10th of this year, Ms. Montoya made it clear that despite those initial density objections by the E&M participants, the applicant intended to propose even more lots, 25 lots, which is your plan. So much for the objectives of the city's E&M process. As part of that process, I also spoke directly to the applicant, Mr. Amistori, on January 4th, before that second E&M meeting, and expressed my concerns about his proposal with R3 rezoning, and asked if he would consider withdrawing that proposal and consider something less. He said he would not. I also asked him during that call if he would meet with me near the site of the property on West Cedar Road, where he's proposing an entrance to 7 of the lots of his subdivision, so I could better explain to him my concerns about the plan's impact on pedestrian, bicyclist, and motorist safety at that location. I only saw a brief view of the film, but if you've been on West Cedar Road, no shoulder, no sidewalk. And I can tell you, I've driven, over 30 years, I've driven, walked, and bicycled thousands of times on that road. And particularly during peak hours, because I come back from where I work out, in El Gancho, I come back there during the peak hours, and the sun is low. When the students from St. Michael's High School are running along that road, because that's the route they take. And I've watched the students, I've watched older people, I've watched people pushing kids in carriages literally stumble to the side of the road to avoid the traffic. Posted at 25 miles an hour, the people shoot across that road, particularly people who don't live there. They come from East Cedar Road or from Opecos Trail, and they come at quite a rate of speed around that curve. And the curve is marked as a very sharp curve. Mr. Amistori's response to me was that he had already been to that site, and he declined to meet me there to discuss that. So again, so much for accomplishment of the objectives of the city's E&M process. My point is here that I and other members of the community, many of which are here today, tried everything we could to get the applicant to reconsider his rezoning and density request at the earliest stages of the E&M process. We didn't wait until the last minute of this process to provide him with the basis for our opposition to his rezoning request, as I understand sometimes occurs. Unfortunately, as discussed in my July 18 written comments on staff's report at page 6, and shown on Exhibit A to those comments, it's not surprising that the applicant proceeded, despite that community input, to propose rezoning the property to R3 to allow him to develop it into 25 lots. As early as August 21st, before the applicant conducted any of his E&M meetings, responding to a query by Ms. Montoya regarding what rezoning and density staff would support, a member of the city's land use development staff, Lee Logston, told her that he thought staff would support the R3 rezoning without mentioning the fact that the Opecos Trail Scenic Corridor is identified and defined as one of the themes in the 1999 general plan. Exhibit A to my comments contains that email, which I obtained through a public records request. And as Mr. Escobel testified at the Commission's recent hearing on the Botelth Road rezoning, Because the applicant pays a fee to the city to process his application, staff apparently interprets its role as, and I'm quoting from his testimony, which I monitored on that date, quote, to work with the applicant, quote, and to, quote, do our best to help the applicant along and achieve their goals, just like we would approve a building permit, close quote. And he also stated at that hearing, quote, there is no difference between an applicant and the planners, end quote. Now, as discussed in my July 18 comments on staff's July 15 report, there is an additional troubling evidence in this case regarding staff's apparent removal sometime after January 28, 2022, of hash marks designating the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor on the currently posted version of the city's future land use map that's relied on by staff and by the applicant to support his rezoning request. As shown by Exhibit C to those comments that I submitted, Mr. Esquivel informed former City Councilor Ives, who I believe is here, last Friday, that he was the person who directed staff to remove that designation from that map because, in Mr. Esquivel's words, quote, there was no ordinance requiring, close quote, that designation. With respect, I would submit to the Commission that staff had no authority to remove that designation, and that explanation by Mr. Esquivel is actually contrary to the 1999 General Plan, which expressly defines and addresses the protection of the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor as one of its themes. That staff explanation also was contrary to the preliminary plat approval condition number 2 at page 2 of staff's report, which states, and I quote, walls/fences along the 75-foot setback shall be of a design type such as wood split rail fencing to address the intent of the general plan and for the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. So there you have it. I mean, the general plan, as you know, is approved by resolution, not by ordinance, and that plan does define this corridor. These problems with staff's process and report, I would submit, are among the many reasons why staff's report does not objectively, reasonably, and adequately support staff's recommendation that the Commission approve the applicant's rezoning request. Turning now to the criteria for that approval, as you know, pursuant to Section 14-3.5C1A, in order for the Commission to recommend approval of this request to the governing body, an applicant must provide the Commission with facts sufficient to satisfy at least one of the 3 criteria stated there. So there's no claim by the applicant, or for that matter staff, that there was a mistake in the zoning. The second criteria was whether or not there has been a change in the surrounding area altering the character of the neighborhood to such an extent as to justify changing the zoning. The applicant doesn't rely on that either, although they point to the R2 PUD zoning of the plazas and also the R4 zoning of Quail Run. Now, all you have to do is drive by the plazas and you'll see that the R2 PUD, which of course is pursuant to a specific provision in the code to allow over a certain period of time consisting planned unit developments within the unit, that is pretty much hidden. All the homes there are hidden from vision and do not interfere with the visual character of the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. The same is true as Quail Run. You just drive by it. And that's why we urge the site visit. Because if you drive by it, all you can see is the entrance gate. Most of the homes are hidden. So even though they did that density, they did it in a way that it did not affect this community benefit. Oddly, at page 22 of staff's report, instead of addressing this second criteria, staff states, and I quote, there is a conflict between the general plan future land use map and existing zoning. This occurred as a result in a change in policy for the area as it reflects residential development and residential density. The request for rezoning aligns the proposed density of R3 with the city's general plan future land use policy of low density for 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre adopted in 1999, close quote. With respect again, staff's response there does not satisfy that second criteria. Those are not facts addressing a change in the surrounding area. Now, as I previously stated in my written comments, basically, if you focus on the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor and its benefits, really we've very strongly, not the only one, have disputed the factual contentions by the applicant and by staff that and you saw the rendering. I mean, the rendering, by the way, you know, that rendering shows buildings with a height of 19 feet, 4 inches, which is 18 feet plus parapets. That's right in the applicant's application report. It says maximum height. So even though they say 1 story, and any architect will tell you that's more than 1 story, that's what they put in there. So that's what we were addressing. Let me, just because with my time I have left, I want to also point out that on this traffic impact analysis, I went through the whole 200-page plus traffic impact analysis, not just the executive summary. And you may say, well, you know, Mr. Throne, you're not a traffic engineer, are you? No, but I spent over 40 years addressing complicated plans offered by P&M and other big utilities. And so I know how to look for assumptions that aren't supported. And there are a number of them that I've already identified in my April 14th and subsequent comments that I hope you'll look at. Let me just briefly summarize the harm to the community regarding community public safety in that regard. First, I've already mentioned that the 9.5 acre density for this property will forever destroy the benefits to the community of the visual character and openness of the Opecos Trail Scenic Corridor. Keep in mind that city approval of this rezoning request will establish a precedent for similar upzoning of the 4.8 acres of 2 tracts of vacant land on the property's southern border, which is posted, there's a sign right up there as available right now, as well as the approximately 7 acres of additional vacant land on the east side of Opecos Trail within this section of the corridor, which will further destroy those community benefits. Again, the applicant's application acknowledges that those vacant tracts are there, and one of the things that's interesting about the traffic impact analysis is you heard that the study period is 2024 to 2034. It says right in there, they assume there'll be no other development in that area.
1 minute warning.
I'll just quickly go through the a couple other points. On affordable housing, I support affordable housing, but I think it should be obvious to the commission and the city. 5 affordable housing units does not justify sacrificing the benefits of the old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor to this entire community. Also, the 20 market lots. Are they going to be for this community? A property adjacent to this property sold for $840,000 a few weeks ago, was reported. And, you know, can people in this community, are they going to afford these homes, or are these just going to be second homes or for people who want to move here? I think you can make your own mind up about that. Let me just conclude then by saying, Madam Chair and members of the Commission, you know, I'm 71 years old and I'm retired from practicing law. And over the past 5 to 6 months, people have been asking me why I've spent so much of my volunteer time, probably close to 300 hours, since last December.
Please wrap up, sir. That's your time.
Addressing these applications, and my answer is twofold. First, based on my prior law practice, I understood from the get-go that unless someone in this community spent a lot of time reviewing the details of the applicant's application, applicable code provisions, and the details, that none of us in the community would be able to even understand what was going on. And the second reason is, I don't know how long I'm going to be on the planet, but I do know this. If you approve this rezoning, I feel a responsibility to the Santa Fe community to do something after I'm gone. You approve this rezoning, the Opecos Trail Scenic Corridor benefits community are gone forever, beyond my lifetime and beyond your lifetime. I appreciate the time, and thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Throw.
With reference to the sign-up sheet that I have, you're welcome to sit down if you wish. I'll call the person that is speaking and the person after, so you can have time to come up to the front. So Linda Callahan, please speak, and remember to state your name and address.
Yes, I'm Linda Callahan. Can you hear me? I'm Linda Callahan, and I live at 205 Plaza, Montana, for almost 8 years. I have lived in Santa Fe for 51. My husband's family goes back, only 5 generations. Only 3 generations of Callahans still live in Santa Fe. Site visit. I do a site visit every day. because I live in the plazas at Old Pecos Trail. 100 feet from Old Pecos Trail. In our subdivision of 19 acres, there are 40 homes. You don't even know we're there. When I give people our address, they have no idea that we exist. Why is that? Because of what the city did with the planning of our development. Setting it back, grouping it, and putting in, I am pleased to say, 5 affordable homes. This is what we need in Santa Fe. True, whatever homes go in this area will not be affordable by the average Santa Fean, but they certainly will help a lot more than 1 house per acre. And I think Old Pecos Trail, our community, just shows with good planning and with oversight by the community that we can meet all the needs in Santa Fe the best to our ability. With our homes, there's 40 of them. They are clustered, as I mentioned. There are a couple of homes that are walk-in basements, about 5 guest houses also. And there are 9 acres of open space with trails. This development, if planned properly, can disappear just like we have. And I do want to point out, I came in and I sat in this chair when there was nobody in the room. Just so happens the developers, the people that are working on this, sat next to me. I'd never met them before. So I came because I live there. I live in Santa Fe. My children, 1 child lives in Santa Fe and a grandchild. I want them to continue to live in this community and to work with this community to keep it the welcoming place I wish it would be to all people.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan.
Next to speak is Pat Lillis. Following is John Penn Lafarge.
I was going to pass out these maps because only because they're tiny and they're old and you can hardly see. They're just maps that
I apologize. The Assistant City Attorney is saying no, that we can't open the record.
Okay, we'll see. Let's hope we can see it. We'll have to check.
Now, is anyone conceding time to you?
Yes, I have names. I don't know if they can be followed. Oh, I'm sorry. I have names. Bob Thornburg and Dan Cottrell or Jen Cottrell. I only need 6 minutes.
Okay, if they're here, could they
Total.
stand up?
If, will you give me, if I can get 2 people to donate, that would be great. Okay. No, you don't need to, no, you don't need. You have to talk. No, you're talking. You're talking. Oh, crazy.
Okay, go ahead and
All right.
state your name and your address,
Okay.
please.
My name is Pat Lillis. I live at 2119 Conejo Drive in Santa Fe. I'm here to ask you to please deny rezoning. The Old Pecos Trail corridor is the only corridor that goes directly to the plaza, and it is the last scenic highway into the city. The general plan and resolution 2015-92 directs a study of the corridor and expresses the desire to protect this area. R1 zoning should remain intact and be developed at R1 home, 1 home per acre. The developer has submitted a reason that you should approve his request for rezoning because of the future land use map. Future is the key word.
The future land use map has never been approved by ordinance. If it had been approved by ordinance, all properties on the future land use map would have already been rezoned, and we would not have to participate in this process. The future land use map has not gone through the rigorous public process required to rezone. The future land use map shouldn't be even considered in a rezoning application. This map was included in the general plan and summary in April 1999 and selects land for possible development without including property owners, neighborhoods, or others who should have a say before any rezoning decision is made. Another reason why it should not be considered is the future land use map has had changes made to it over 23 years that have not been approved by City Council. How can a subjective map be used as a tool to demonstrate why land should be rezoned? Changes made to the future land use map include the removal of the old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor from the future land use map at least twice. I have the maps here to show those changes. The first show the details of the future land use map that we've all used for many years. I downloaded it first in 2015 and January 28th. Recently, I downloaded it again a week ago, and it changed from January 28th, my last download. It's been replaced by a map that doesn't have the corridor on it anymore. The corridor was removed in the legend, and it was removed from the map, the one that is currently on the website. The second map, the map that was just up there had the corridor on it. That was the one I used to use. The second map, and this is how it gets a little, oh, he's got them side by side, which is nice. You can have them side by side. They're hard to read, but the second map shows the original future land use map as it appears in the general plan summary. That's the one on the left. If you saw the copy, it clearly shows the corridor, and on the legend, it clearly states the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. The one on the right is what's currently in the general plan. It does not show the corridor, and it has been folded over so you can't see the map. In other words, it's been changed. It's been changed, and the corridor has been removed. That date on that future land use map that's available right now may be from 2014, as it states in the PDF file. So, in other words, they're very different. The one on the left is the one that we're supposed to be able to see. The one on the right is what got changed. The fourth map compresses these two legends. I put them together so you can see. On the left, the original map has the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. On the right, it's removed. It's just gone. Anyway, I found it very interesting. The point is, the future land use map should not be considered as a reason to rezone. The Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, however, should be considered. We need to protect and preserve the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. It is irreplaceable, and once gone, this rural entrance will never look the same. Thank you.
After John Penn Lafarge will be Paula Woolworth.
Good evening, I am John Penn Lafarge, and I have 4 minutes, 2 minutes of which was ceded to me by Maggie Moore.
And Maggie, are you here?
Will some kind person give me 2 minutes?
state your name?
John Penn Lafarge. I live at 647 Old Santa Fe Trail. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Fe and also past president of the Old Santa Fe Association. I think it important that this commission recognizes that the matter before it tonight is of importance not just to the neighborhood it affects directly, but to the entire city. This is a matter of long-range planning going back to 1912, when our foresighted leaders decided that the only way for Santa Fe to be successful was to emphasize its history, architecture, and identity were directly connected to its authenticity, its integrity, its past, its unique mixture of three cultures, and the beginnings of what would become an art colony. This is how we have become world famous, why people travel thousands of miles to see and experience us, aside from our fabled skies, light, and landscape. The beginning of anyone's experience of what is still just barely the city different are the entrances to the city. The kind of foresight seen in 1912, in 1999, the old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor was made part of the general plan. The government of Santa Fe saw the importance of protecting the entrances of our town, those elements that alert the viewer of what is to be expected ahead. The protected entrances to town are not merely a good idea, they are irreplaceable. There are three entrances from Interstate 25. I assume I do not need to describe the loveliness of Cerrillos Road as a greeting to one and all, how it conveys our unique heritage and sensibility. To the city's discredit, the second entrance, St. Francis Drive, is planned to be ruined for good by the building of tall, dense, view-blocking apartments. From Interstate 25, our last entrance is Old Pecos Trail, the last unspoiled entrance. We, the people who care about the integrity of this town, have already fought several times to keep this entrance free from ruination, free to greet citizens and visitors alike with a pleasurable experience that is redolent of the town itself, or should be. Saving the entrances to our town is not an academic exercise. It is because we have fought long and hard to preserve our special qualities that, out of the entire world, in 2017, Santa Fe won the National Geographic Society's Sense of Place Award. If we try hard enough, that is, bit by bit, so no one notices, we will manage to ruin our sense of place,
1 minute
even
warning.
while we pat ourselves on the back for being so clever and making so much money. The goose that laid the golden egg is tough enough to have lasted this long, as has Old Pecos Trail, but she will take only so much abuse before she dies. 20 years from now, when Santa Feans ask, what happened, I do not want to have to answer from my grave, I told you so. I ask you to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Lafarge. Have the name of the person who ceded time to Mr. Lafarge. Thank you. The next speaker will be Paula Woolworth, followed by Lucia Dykeman.
I really almost hate to follow that prose. Very well done. I was not going to originally testify tonight. I was going to cede time to Bruce, but a couple of issues were kind of on my mind as I came in here, and then a couple more raised during some earlier presentation. A former U.S. president, now deceased, said, "It's the economy, stupid." And to which I would say, in today's context, it's the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. Keep your eye on that. I'm obviously not supporting zoning request of the applicant. I do, however, support change, unlike some may have suggested we don't. But the change would be to keep it to the R1 and develop it as R1. Another issue that really drove me to want to speak tonight is I originally penned a letter January 14th to Donna Wynant and to Ms. Montoya. And then when she retired, that she being Donna Wynant, and Mr. Escobar came on, asked that we resubmit everything. So I resubmitted it again. And then I found out that my January 14th letter was not in your packet tonight. And I was working on that with Ms. Moore today, but then found out that it was too late to get it in, to which I'm kind of thinking I already submitted it very timely 6 months ago. So I'm just hoping that my rights for providing written comment tonight, that those rights weren't abrogated in any way by my letter not being in your packet. Some major issues I think that are before you are you need to abide the old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. I would encourage you to think long and hard about that. I also think that the TIA, which in my world was pre-stroke, that's a trans-ischemic attack, but we'll call it the traffic analysis. And I am on the board at Christus St. Vincent, the foundation board, so I have a background in healthcare.
Please conclude your comments.
Okay, that it's highly flawed. Remember the date that was given to you. The traffic study was done November of 21, COVID. We have many people in our neighborhood who are telecommuting from home, students at home who are driving students, 16, 17, 18-year-olds at St. Michael's. The traffic was artificially low in that study in November. And my final comment and concern is about in the traffic study as well, the S-curve that was put on the board, that the sight lines are okay. I would hazard to guess that Ms. Campbell says it's more than Chamisa in that sight line going west. There are two very tall pinyon trees on their property that impede that sight line going left. I strongly suggest you all take a field trip out there, as prior people have said, and then another set of residents on Zia Road. I'm at 120 West Zia Road. I may have forgotten to say that. They have had to put up traffic posts with reflectors on that very dangerous S-curve because they have found cars in their yard. So it's not an inconsequential curve.
And
so with that,
in fairness to others, please conclude.
I'm done.
Thank you. All right, Lucia Dykman is next.
I might have gone to the restroom. May I go?
Okay. Yes, certainly.
Great,
State
thank
your name and address for the record, please.
You bet. My name is Theodore Kreifels, K-R-E-I-F-E-L-S. My address is at 2300 Calle Halcon. And I am also been seated 2 additional minutes by Margaret Schooley, same address. Okay, thank you. Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak about this, to address you, and to address my concerns. I'm not opposed to development. I expect change. And I fully expect this lot to be developed someday. Without development, we don't have a place to live in Santa Fe, and our economy would suffer. And I just want to add for the record that I think that Monica's done a very good job in, communicating with us and pulling together your presentation. I'm also a retired physicist, so I never get bored at looking at the numbers, Michael. Never. And yeah, but it's important to ask yourself not only how are the numbers generated, but when. And I'm also personally interested in scale. For example, if you were to look at the Google Maps photographs that Monica presented, it gives you this impression that we have this expansive space that we're talking about, and that curve down the road is really a great distance away, but it's not. So I'm going to just use my time to ask you a few questions, something that you need to consider when you're arbitrating this case. Do you feel like you've really been given sufficient evidence that it's been brought forward to you in a clear and coherent way to support this zoning change from R1 to R3 or 2.6? With the possibility of each lot having a guest house, Then we go from R 2.6 to, I don't know, R 5.2. I'm not sure how you would actually qualify that. You know, and then we're talking about 50% of open space on each of these lots. But with a 25-foot easement, we're talking about the scale of something much less than the width of this room. So, you know, you can imagine a house that with one story is probably about 14 feet high, and then 25 feet and another 25 feet, another house, and then a guest house on there. So, you know, consider that these guest homes could be a possibility and that there's nothing prohibiting that unless you actually, at a minimum, you know, I would recommend that you make sure that a guest house is not part of the development package. The second larger question I have is, have you actually examined this traffic study, and do you believe that their conclusions are actually relative to this decision? You know, this was done during COVID, and as Paula mentioned just before me, a lot of people in our neighborhood were staying home. You know, schools were teaching through telecommunications and so on. And I want to note that the DOT standards for traffic and whether things are relevant or not were not developed during COVID. They were developed before that. So, you know, when you take this measure, and when you're looking at, say, these three intersections, the most important intersection is the one that exists at OPT and West
1 minute warning.
Say again?
I'm sorry, 1 minute warning.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, can you imagine people backing out of that lot? You know, that was one of the options that were presented, and we have no idea whether that's all going to happen or not. Can you imagine people backing out of that lot with people parked on the street in that lot? You know, I also want to add that the line of sight that Michael mentioned does not actually take into account the new homes and the new landscaping that they propose to add there. So, and these U-turns that would happen, you know, at the first intersection and at the second one, you know, these are people who need to get back into the city to get to work. These U-turns would require changes to the median, probably, to be safe. And that has not been described yet. So, if you believe this, do you believe, and then finally, I want to make a point for the last gentleman who spoke, do you really believe that this development would have a measurable impact on affordable housing? With only 5 units mentioned, and no idea, you know, who would own them and so on. You know, we're talking about properties that would probably be, at a minimum, $500,000. So who will afford that? You asked that question earlier, and I really praise you for that.
Please conclude your statement.
Thank you. You know, that was the main points that I wanted to make. I just want you to consider these questions during your arbitration, and I want to say for myself and on behalf of Margaret that we strongly oppose this. I have no problem with developing it, but keep it at the R1 level. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so it's clear, we have no authority to limit secondary housing for guest houses or...
Yeah. So that's perfect. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, you know, so that's an issue. And by the way, I did happen to have 3 deer pass through my property just a few weeks ago. So,
thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Lucia Dykeman and Kathy Hack, I believe.
Good evening. I do have a few minutes ceded to me by Warren Marr, Gordon Fluke, and Jane Cotton.
Please stand so we can see you. The 3 names just called. That's because the folks on Zoom will be giving their testimony after the in-person, you know, folks here, then we will definitely call on them. But I see Warren Marr.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm Lucia Dykeman. I live at 2126 Calle Tecolote. So do I have 4 minutes? I just have 1. Is there anyone who could give me 1 more? Donna Brown. Thank you. That's all I need. I am speaking on behalf of the Solar Lomas Board of Trustees, and I'm president of the Solar Lomas Homeowners Association. We sent a letter into the city on April 3rd, and you will find that in your packet. It was added a little bit later, I think. But in that letter, we discuss many reasons why we are against this zone change and why it would not be advantageous for the neighborhood. But tonight, I really want to speak just about Old Pecos Trail. So if you get a chance, please read our whole letter. And my goal really is to focus on Old Pecos Trail because it is the front door entry to Santa Fe. The property in question is located within the South Central Corridor Protection District. And some of this you will have heard, but I think it needs to be said again. That was approved, passed, and adopted by the Santa Fe Commissioners and is defined in the City Code, Section 14-5.5. It states that the Old Pecos Trail Corridor is considered a special asset that should be retained as the area develops. And to me, that says it should be retained in a similar fashion as the area around it develops. Also in that document, it describes the purpose and the intent of the overlay district, which is to, number one, establish a clear sense of visual openness and continuity of development as seen from major highway entrances to Santa Fe. And number two, to preserve clean air and a sense of quiet and reduce potential negative impacts of noise, air pollution, lights, movement of cars, and activities on the site. We've talked about the general plan, and everyone knows about the general plan and the resolution 215-92. The Solar Lomas Board believes that standards developed should be completed before the city considers higher density rezoning requests within this corridor. And I have two examples. The general plan specifically calls for development of the Old Pecos Trail. And Dan referred to this before, but the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor designates Old Pecos Trail between Cordova Road and I-25 as a scenic roadway and recognizes its importance as an unspoiled entry into downtown. In addition, development standards of the Old Pecos Scenic Corridor should be developed through a public participation process, which has not happened today. In the general plan, it says the character of Santa Fe is defined by more than just buildings. Many other features are recognized as making a contribution to the city's distinctive cultural landscape. Such features should be identified and recorded, and those include acequias, street forms, and physical attributes. And that is a quote from the general plan. On October 14, 2015, the city adopted Resolution 2015, which references the Old Pecos Trail with its panoramic views of Sangre de Cristo and Jemez Mountains and its historic connection to the Old Santa Fe Trail as iconic and irreplaceable. The resolution also states, and this is a quote, the Land Use Department staff is directed immediately to reconvene the public process to develop standards for the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor and to present those standards to the governing body for adoption into the city's land use code. The board notes that the city has not adopted any of the development standards required by the general plan. On a positive note, the board also believes that compliance with the policy to develop a plan will allow all concerned to reasonably consider not only standards that will protect the special asset and the irreplaceable character of the scenic corridor, but will also protect the character of the many surrounding neighborhoods which abut the scenic corridor. And there are many neighborhoods around there, and there are people from those neighborhoods here and also on Zoom.
1-minute warning.
We must realize the impact will be significant now and long-term. Even though I'm speaking for my group in Soli Lomas, I am also cognizant of how this zone change will impact other neighborhoods in the surrounding area. A quote from a presentation by Richard Sutter and Associates, which discusses the pros and cons of zoning. In this presentation, they point out, most importantly, zoning gives the community some control over its land uses, appearance, and the quality of life in the future. And as I was working on this, I thought this is the reason that we're all here tonight. We're volunteering our time to make sure that our community stays nice. We want development, but we want development that is reasonable and sensible. And it's not all about making a profit. Sure, you know, developers need to make a profit, but that needs to be part of the formula, not the only formula. Okay, just as one closing statement, which you already know, the Soli Lomas Board of Trustees requests that the application request for rezoning to R3 not be approved at this time. Thank you.
Next up is Kathy Huck, followed by Peter Ives.
My name is Kathy Huck. I live at 2219 Calle Cacique, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505. My partner, Mark Sani, and I have owned our home since 1988 and have lived at this address nearly 20 years. Our home is in the De Vargas Heights South Subdivision, directly east of the subject property across Old Pecos Trail. The main access in and out of our subdivision is the intersection of Old Pecos Trail and Zia Road. I oppose the applicant's request to rezone the property from R1 to R3 for many of the reasons previously outlined. My primary concern is the proposed creation of two separate housing clusters with separate access points. I am greatly concerned about the traffic safety issues posed by others, but I don't intend to repeat those here as they have already been addressed. I'd like to focus on preservation of the foothill Arroyo and acknowledge the developer's commitment to do so. The Arroyo connects our property and the subject property. It cuts across our driveway. It's an active wildlife corridor. We are frequently visited by coyotes, mule deer, bobcats, raccoons, skunks, and the occasional badger. They pass us in daylight and find their way into images I capture at night with a wildlife camera. The city has recognized the importance of these environmentally sensitive corridors in several documents, among them City of Santa Fe Resolution 2019-53 acknowledges that, quote, fragmentation such as roads, fences, development, fires, and other human-created and natural barriers are increasingly making it more difficult for wildlife species to migrate safely across landscapes. One of the 4 overarching themes identified in the Sustainable Santa Fe 25-year plan is, quote, ecological resilience, which includes as one of its goals enhanced connectivity of greenbelt and habitat corridors across the community. May I make one final sentence? I believe any decision regarding the zoning and eventual development of the subject property must reinforce the protection of the existing waterway and wildlife corridor, and I'm not convinced that increasing the density and creating 2 separate housing clusters on the subject property is the correct approach. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Peter Ives, followed by Elena Sparrow.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Peter Ives. I live at 140 West Zia Road, and I've resided there proximate to this proposed development for about 36 years. I appear before you tonight to, well, first of all, let me say I would like to adopt the comments that have been made by Hilario Romero, Bruce Throne, Pat Lillis, and John Penn Lafarge. I think they are very good comments in terms of all that you are considering. I am here to suggest that there have been promises made over the course of the past many years, certainly since 1999, with the adoption of the general plan, that the city would engage in a planning process. So it's really appropriate that it's before the Planning Commission. And that planning process, as stated in the general plan, and this is a segment which is found in Section 3, Land Use, and it has its own paragraph. It says, Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. The Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor designates Old Pecos Trail between Cordova Road and I-25 as a scenic roadway and recognizes its importance as an unspoiled entryway into downtown. Developmental standards, including land uses, density, and design controls, will be developed for a public participation process. That then is further identified in the implementation policies in the general plan, which state at page 14 of that section 3 at 3-1-9, adopt the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor designation and development standards for Old Pecos Trail between Cordova Road and I-25. Those same statements are also found in the summary of the general plan, and indeed there is a copy of the land use map that shows the corridor. So with due respect for my friend Carl, when he states that the plan is fully complied with, clearly that is false, because the plan calls for the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor to be the developed standards. And it also belies the statement by, again, my friend Dan Esquivel on behalf of the city before you tonight, that the Old Pecos Trail Corridor should not be on the future land use map. And I would close just noting, hopefully you had a chance to read, I tried to keep it short, so a paragraph that I had submitted to you. And in closing, I would state, I am reminded of a saying deeply rooted in Santa Fe's history: a promise made, a promise kept. Please honor our history, keep the promise made to do Old Pecos Trail Corridor planning before consideration of the development that is proposed, and thank you always for your public service. So I urge you to deny the application that has been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ives.
Elena Sparrow, followed by John Bemis.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Elena Sparrow, and I reside at 154 West Cedar Road. And I have some extra time ceded to me by Holly Porter, who will be on the Zoom meeting for 4 minutes.
Person, please raise their hand.
Holly Porter in the Zoom, please raise your hand.
We have her. Thank you. 4 minutes.
And first of all, I would, before I go into my comments, I would like to bring to the attention of the Commission that it is not possible on the comments section to upload documents. And so therefore, people who had visuals this evening that they wanted to hand out and that the city attorney forbid them to do so, there needs to be a rectification on the website so that documents can be uploaded. I adopt as part of my sworn testimony today my written public comments previously submitted to the city staff included as correspondence in Exhibit F, staff's July 15th report to the Commission. For those reasons and the reasons presented by other members of the Santa Fe community, not just Solly Lomas, the Santa Fe community, who oppose this rezoning request and are testifying today, I oppose this rezoning request because I don't believe the applicant or the staff has presented the city with facts sufficient to show that city approval of the requested rezoning of this property is more advantageous to the community as articulated in the general plan or other adopted city plans as required by the city's land use code. In that regard, I note what other members of the community have noted, that the city's 1999 general plan expressly defines as one of its themes the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, within which this property is located, and the city's policy of adopting density and other development standards after conducting a public participation process. After. To protect the benefits of this corridor for the entire Santa Fe community. The applicant's application report does not address that corridor or the impacts of this requested rezoning on those community benefits. Since my time is short, I will address how this requested rezoning and greater density on this property will affect community public safety on West Zia Road and Old Pecos Trail, based on my personal observations and experiences. I first became aware of the Old Pecos Trail when visiting a friend living on Cerro Gordo Road in 1998, when she advised me to take the Old Pecos Trail exit off I-25, which was more scenic, giving me my first enchanting impression of Santa Fe and its unique character. And I might say that seeded my desire to live in Santa Fe someday. I have been walking my Sheltie and biking on West Zia Road for the past 10 years, during which time I have observed other dog walkers, bicyclists, runners, St. Michael's track team runners, moms with strollers, hikers, seniors, wildlife, including deer and coyotes, and motorists. The proposed
1 minute warning.
This proposed 7-lot entrance on West Zia Road is a sharp, blind curve and will not reduce the risk to these community members by a sidewalk to nowhere in front of the subject property, but will in fact increase the road's hazard, as on Old Pecos Trail, making a left turn from the development to go into town does. Of note, there have recently been 3 accidents, one on Zia Road at the Foothills Arroyo on the subject property, and 2 on Old Pecos Trail, one at Zia Road and Old Pecos Trail, and that has been within the past 3 weeks. I strongly suggest the Planning Commission do a site visit at rush hours to confirm our observations. Thank you so much for considering my testimony and that of the public.
Can I address that?
Yes.
Members of the public are also able to email things that are formatted or pictures that are not able to be submitted through PrimeGov. We do state the emails of the staff in the agenda, and they are members of the public do and are able to submit comments that way as well. We've heard from several members who have submitted comments that way.
Thank you. Is John Bemis present? He's next. Okay. The next person is Deborah Burkhouse, who has 2 minutes from Valerie Brooker. Please, Valerie, can you raise your hand?
Valerie left about a half an hour ago at about 10 o'clock, so I'll use the 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address you, and thank you for your service to our community. I know you have a tough decision to make. I am representing the plazas on Old Pecos Trail. I'm currently the president of our HOA. Our board asked for comments from our 40 homes within the development. We had an 85% response rate, and of that, we had 84% of our residents opposed rezoning to R3. We are not in opposition to development, and we certainly are not in opposition to infill. That seems to make sense. But changing the housing density within that property does not make sense to us. I think there are better ways of using that property of infill in our development, which is a planned unit development 2, R2. We actually have what I consider to be an open space. Our houses are centered in the center part of the neighborhood, and we have, we have 9 acres of really open space. And in that open space, we have a trail that hooks up to the Santa Fe Trail system, and it's open to anybody who enters that trail system. And quite frequently, when I'm walking my grand dog, I meet people from these other communities. So the last point I would like to make is, as someone who has made U-turns on Opecos Trail for 9 years, and I have to make the U-turn there at Zia, it really does depend on not only the time of the day, it depends on the time of the year. During the legislative session, trying to make a U-turn onto Opecos Trail is very difficult. Okay? And we have the benefit of a light there and a turn signal, although the turn signal is only a turn signal for making a left turn, not for allowing us to do a U-turn. So we pile up there, sometimes waiting for our free time. In closing, I would just like to say this is an opportunity to really think about our future, our children, us, and what we want our Old Pecos Trail to look like. And again, I know you have a hard decision, and thank you very much for your time. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. It's Deborah Berghauser. I live at 2130 Plazuela Vista.
The next person is
Sorry,
Jen.
Heather. Chair, can I?
Yes, go ahead and clarify.
Would like to clarify that those written comments that are formatted or have photos can be emailed up until the deadline for written comments, which is Monday at 5 p.m. So that's for every meeting that's on Thursday. It's Monday at 5 p.m. The agenda does say that public comments are, members of the public may submit written public comments by 5 p.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. So that is on the agenda.
So that's on the agenda, clearly on the agenda. Thank you.
The next person is Jen Steichman, followed by Celia Craig Kimball.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jens Dykman. I'm a resident at Solilomas at 2126 Calle Tecolote. I first moved, well, first of all, sorry, I was told at one time I had another 2 minutes, but I don't know from whom, so I'll try to talk real fast, even though I'm not real good at that. Okay.
4 minutes total. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I first moved to Santa Fe in 1962 and used to ride my bicycle along Old Pecos Trail from Seton Village into town and back. I returned to New Mexico after my military service, lived in Albuquerque, attended UNM, stayed in Albuquerque most of the time, and returned to Santa Fe 2 years ago. I'm opposed to the requested zone change, and I support the statements of my neighbors who are also in opposition. I will address just one of the many points I have of concern with this proposed action, and that is the precedent that would be established by a zone change. If for whatever reason a zone change were to be granted, as the Commissioners know, Section 14-3.5 of the City Code provides that a future rezoning request could be approved based on a finding of fact that there's been a change in the surrounding area, altering the character of the neighborhood to such an extent as to justify a change in zoning. And has been pointed out by a previous speaker, There's about 12 acres along Old Pecos Trail right now that's vacant, and about 4.8 acres that's for sale right alongside this one. So approval of the requested upzoning would not likely be the last to be brought before this commission. And one could easily imagine what a future Old Pecos Trail, the southern and historic gateway to Santa Fe, would look like. I mentioned that I had been a resident of Albuquerque for some time, and during that time I had the privilege of serving on the city's planning commission. I saw firsthand arguments for upzoning, and there are sometimes unintended consequences on the surrounding community. I respectfully urge you to deny this zone change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Celia Craig Kimball, followed by Charlie O'Leary.
Hi, good evening. I want to say danger, danger, danger. I object to the proposed development located on the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. I use this road many times a week. In addition to numerous other objections regarding this proposal, I want to address the very serious and dangerous nature of the traffic that the project would create. What is being proposed amounts to a new lethal hazard to drivers on the Old Pecos Trail. The traffic from this development would be routed in a manner that would endanger the safety of drivers on OPT. Consider this. Let me explain. The plan requires that traffic exiting from 18 lots must drive abruptly onto Old Pecos Trail. Vehicles, and you saw the video of the traffic, vehicles wanting to head north towards town cannot, but must instead turn right to go southbound. From there, they would be required to negotiate across 2 lanes of rapidly moving cross traffic. They would be then forced to make a U-turn, apparently in 2 different places, crossing the median and merging into oncoming traffic in a location where there is no traffic light. Okay, so good defensive driving would be the only prevention for accidents at these locations. This is a very dangerous proposal. I believe the city of Santa Fe would be recklessly endangering the safety of drivers traveling in both directions on this stretch of Old Pecos Trail because of this proposed development. This project's design shows a glaring indifference to community safety on the part of the developers and those at the city supporting it. If enacted, this traffic plan would be exposing people to harm or danger because of a reckless, hazardous, ill-conceived solution that was poorly and carelessly thought out.
Please conclude your comment.
Please don't put your people in danger. We're your community. Can a municipality be held accountable in choosing to recklessly endanger its citizens? Let us not go down this road. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Celia Craig Kimball, and my address is 36 Media Luna. Thank you for your time.
Charlie O'Leary, followed by Dan Cottrell.
Good evening. My name is Charlie O'Leary. I reside at 2307 Calle Halcon, Santa Fe. I've been a resident in Soli Lomas for almost 17 years now. And I just want to make a couple of points. Many have already been made tonight. But one that really has stood out in my mind during this whole process has been that there's really very little to no representation of the neighborhood by the city. I think you all have a really important role tonight as to help bring a voice to the neighborhoods. You know, we've heard before about Santa Fe becoming little Albuquerque, and these sorts of comments. Well, who on the side of the neighborhoods is speaking? Well, tonight we have seen a huge outpouring of support from volunteers who have spent hours and hours, and people who have lived here for decades that really know the history of the neighborhoods around the Opecos Trail Scenic Corridor, and bringing that really important information to you all so that you can use it in your decision making. So I want to encourage you to not approve the upzoning request. I think that there's many of us here that feel like the R1 zoning and done in the right way can be appropriate for this property. I don't think a lot of us are opposed to development, but we are opposed to this size and scale in this scenic corridor. Sitting here tonight, I felt like the application is, it's a square peg trying to be fit into a round hole. I mean, it just doesn't fit this area. Again, we're not saying no to any development, but let's have appropriate development, and hopefully you all can help bring a voice to the neighborhoods and this corridor and reject this application. Thank you.
Next up is Dan Titrell, followed by Theo Wurst.
Thank you. My name is Dan Kittrell. I live at 689 Calle Espejo. First of all, I want to say thank all of you for your service and for staying late and listening to us so patiently tonight. Also want to recognize Ms. Montoya, who's been nothing but gracious throughout this process. I know she has a client to work with or to represent, but she's done a nice job listening to us. And Dan Escobar has picked up a lot of extra work throughout this process, and I think he's managed it extremely well. I'm not an engineer. I do live in a road. I live on Calle Espejo, and I know what it's like to make a left-hand turn onto Old Pecos Trail across 4 lanes of traffic during rush hour. It's not pleasant. But one of the things that has been mentioned several times is site visits. I would encourage you to drive down that road, and on the 2 left turns that they're recommending for a U-turn, one of them is marked as no U-turn, and the other one pulls into the hotel. And so if I have trouble pulling out of my neighborhood on Old Pecos Trail, I can only imagine someone who's visiting town trying to pull out, especially if they've had a cocktail or 2 at the inn, onto that road. So I'd encourage you to do that. I'm also not an attorney, but I appreciate a direct question. I also appreciate a direct answer. I have no idea how much these houses are going to cost, the affordable housing. If I'm not an attorney and I'm not an engineer, what am I? I'm a docent at the New Mexico History Museum. A lot of people have mentioned why people come into town. Old Pecos Trail Corridor, if you go there at sunset, you'll see tour buses there watching the sunset. And so if you start obstructing that view, you're going to be obstructing the last view people have of the historic corridor. I will tell you that when I have people on my tour, there's a very different experience from those who come in on Cerrillos or St. Michael's versus those who come on Old Pecos Trail. And so again, like many have said, I support the development of these properties at the R1 level, but I think the R3 level is excessive. And as the attorney had mentioned, the question is, what is the community benefit of the extra 16 homes? And I would say tripling the density on this property is not in the community's best interest. Thank you.
Yeah, Wurst.
Via del Sol. I have my beautiful wife back there that's going to donate some time, Rachel Wurst. Yep.
4 minutes.
And I will try and get this all done in 4 minutes. I would like to give you all a basic history of this property. Of course, Ronald Lee Wurst was my dad. He was the owner proprietary of the property. Pardon me, step forward more? Okay. I was born and raised on this property. As I walked around as a child, Dad had his beer, I had my sippy cup, and we talk about, the development. Oh, where would you want your home, son? Blah, blah, blah. And, as I got older, of course, I joined him with that beer. He went in and tried to, of course, rezone this property. Through that process, I know he had a huge help with actually getting West Zia paved, which is huge, especially in those turns everybody's talking about, the corners, you know, the blind corners. So when he passed, we actually contacted the developer, James Schreiber, I believe his name was, to maybe the family could get together and maybe we'll develop it and see Dad's dream come alive. So he did come to dinner, and he explained to us, he says, no, I will not help you. That was absolutely the worst experience he ever had in his entire career. And I'm not doing a pun with my last name. It was terrible for him. So, you know, is anybody here that may have been involved in that? It's shame on you. But, so shortly after my father got denied the rezoning, of course, the plazas at Opecos Trail ended up getting passed with the exact same zoning that Dad wanted. And I was like, wow, well, that's pretty incredible, Dad. Why don't you go back? You got a better shot at it now. He goes, no, I don't want to do it. He was heartbroken. But these were the neighbors fighting this so hard, and these were people that we would Christmas carol as children, all growing up, and Halloween, it just really, really crushed him. So it didn't end up happening, of course. So, you know, in the opposition, you know, the one thing that really stands up from this whole development thing that I've noticed was, you know, I have 4 sisters. They all run across country. And they run up and down about this blind corner and everything. And, you know, safety is a big concern. And so that was something these developers have addressed, you know, with the sidewalk and lights and everything. And as soon as they address that, then all of a sudden I see the opposition going, wait, you want to put lights up? Oh my gosh, you know, that's terrible. I can't see the stars. And I'm like, well, what's more important, the safety of the community or being able to see the stars? You know, so that was one thing that really stuck out with this new process. You know, and next door you see a lot of things. Everybody's talking about the Scenic Corridor. It's an irreplaceable icon. It's been, I guess, together now for 23 years. And they said it was supposed to be a community coordinated project or whatever. Well, you know, when the bark beetle came around, I didn't see any help. I haven't seen any coordination. You know, if you love that property, you're very welcome. It was my dad and myself were the ones that took out the bark beetle and gave you that property that looks so nice right now. Where am I? So, you know, the Scenic Corridor that everybody's talking about, it is 75 feet. And it is something that the developer here has brought up and beautifying. Right now, it is undeveloped land. It's not very pretty. It's just undeveloped land. And they have an idea of landscaping now. And, you know, and that's 75 feet from the road. And we're talking about a 10-acre property here. And, you know, I'm sorry, 10 acres does not equate to 75 feet for a scenic corridor. So I don't quite understand that. Something I would agree with as far as opposition to this is that if the future zoning committee can go up to an R7, I would hate to see that on that property. You know, I grew up on that property, loved it. We used to ride BMX bikes around the property. It was a huge place for the community to gather and have a good time. And right now, it's not being used at all. You know, what I feel that would be, let's see here, talking about the developer. Oh, thank you. See, I knew it was going to go too fast. I knew it would. You know, that place is located next to the hospital. It's located next to the fire department. So, you know, seeing something go up there, especially with the 5 affordable homes and whatnot, means that it's going to have the ability to house nurses, doctors, possibly as a fire department there, you know, and they'll be close to the hospital, patients, people who need to be located close to the hospital. And, you know, the extra 5 homes, of course, that's going to help. Santa Fe is not very affordable, and having affordable homes is very good. The finishing statement would be that my hopes that the people that would be living here would become permanent residents of Santa Fe and provide a positive contribution. Am I finished?
Thank you.
Oh,
sorry.
I did have one last thing, and I almost forgot. I'm so sorry you're not accepting anything. I was unaware of this. I come to you also today with 68 signatures in favor of the actual upping it to an R3, and I guess I can't turn those it's a shame. 68 people here that are all live in Santa Fe, work in Santa Fe. I was unaware of being able to turn those signatures.
Thank you.
Before we go to the one person who would like to speak on Zoom, John Bemis, are you present? Just want to make sure there's an opportunity. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So actually, we have several hands coming up on the Zoom. And Zoom attendees, please raise your hand if you'd like to be called on. I will go in the order in which I see it, which seems to be alphabetical, but maybe not. Please leave your hand raised until I lower it after you've spoken. When it is your turn to speak, you will be promoted, and you must accept this promotion so that you can speak, and you will be able to unmute. Please state your name, address, and be sworn in. Thank you. All right, so the first one is F. Garrett. That's all I have. Please unmute. F. Garrett, are you able to unmute? F. Garrett, are you able to unmute? Please unmute. You just unmuted. There we go. We cannot hear you. Please try to speak. All right, so I will come back to you at the end to technical issues. The next person to speak is Liz F. Please unmute and speak.
Excuse me, I will need to swear you in.
Okay.
Can you hear her? Okay, thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I understand the concerns of the neighborhood. I feel that this is a very reasonable proposal, and in fact see the benefit of higher density in the environmental impacts that it reduces with people living closer to their workplaces, not having to travel as far as would be the case in any sort of urban sprawl situation. It helps reduce the cost of amenities and certainly the services of the city, and transportation is now more of an opportunity that is public transportation with higher density. It also impacts affordability of homes when there is a greater number of homes to be bought, and certainly when the housing stock includes homes that are made in such a way as to be affordable. It also has the positive effect of revitalizing neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that have been around for a long time have older designs and may not meet certain standards that now are reflected in modern codes. And so I feel that increasing the housing stock in Santa Fe is a benefit to the greater community. And I do believe, just as the neighborhoods around it have been made in such a way as to be attractive, that this development can be just as attractive. And certainly the people that will live there will be a beautiful addition to our community.
Thank you. And can you please state your name and address for the record again? We didn't hear it.
Yes, my name is Liz Fisher, and I'm a landowner for the Old Pecos property.
Could she state her address?
2200 Pecos Trail.
Thank you.
That's the land that we own.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person to speak is Josie Wilson. Please go ahead and unmute. Josie Wilson, you can unmute now.
I'm afraid you gave direction to me to unmute and not to my sister.
I actually asked to unmute.
So can you try that one more time?
Certainly. I'm going to go ahead and promote Josie. And please unmute. Josie, can you unmute?
Again, this is Liz Fisher, and I'm the one that's receiving the unmute instructions at my computer, and I don't believe that they have been sent to my sister.
Is Josie able to unmute by any chance? She can go ahead and do that. All right, I will come back to Josie. And the next person is Ann Lacey.
It just came through now. Can you hear me? This is Josie Wilson.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry, it was a long delay, I think. It finally came through.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the
Thank you.
penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is, yes, thank you.
Thank you, and now I have your name. What is your address, please?
1737 Virginia Dale Street, Helena, Montana.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. Happy to share with you my support for the proposal. I think that the developer has done excellent work to address many of the concerns from the neighborhood. I think the plan is in keeping with the low density, with the visually with Old Pecos Trail, with the other developments in the area. I think it can bring some, especially with the features of the low the low density, the affordable homes, the wildlife corridor, the traffic considerations. I think there's been a lot of great work, so thank you, Ms. Montoya, for presenting earlier all the points that support this property. I think that it will bring a lot of value to families in Santa Fe to be able to live in a beautiful area like Old Pecos Trail, as well as be part of that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next up is Ann Lacey. Please state your name and address for the record, and you should be able to unmute.
My name is Ann Lacey, and I live at 81 Old Agua Fria Road West,
Okay,
Santa Fe.
do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please
Should I
continue.
do
Ann, please continue.
Okay. I would like this statement and a written one I've submitted to be entered into the record as my sworn testimony. I'm testifying to my opposition to the rezoning request. And actually, I'm going to call my 2 minutes, 23 years preserving Old Pecos Trail by the community of Santa Fe, residents of Santa Fe County, and the state of New Mexico, with continuing and broad public participation. And you can't see, I'm holding up a 20-year-old bumper sticker to show you how long we have been working on this issue. So throughout the last 23 years, there have been innumerable gatherings, meetings, deliberations, ad hoc committees working to designate Old Pecos Trail as Santa Fe's gateway entrance into a world-class city. I'm going to read you a quote from the United Nations UNESCO Creative City. The quote, "Santa Fe's appointment to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network is a testament to the city's important achievements in cultural industry development. The Old Pecos Trail is a visual demonstration of that achievement." So throughout many years, we have worked with the city's Planning and Land Use Department. We've communicated with city councilors, Santa Fe County commissioners, Santa Fe advisory committees, Santa Fe County advisory committees, and the New Mexico State legislatures. And I just want to say this is not a NIMBY neighborhood issue. All developments start out in a neighborhood, but this happens to be a neighborhood that is actually a corridor, not just one neighborhood, that has citywide, countywide, statewide, national, and international spotlight on it. So in 2003, when we tried to start preservation efforts, the community raised $650,000. $50,000 of it was from the city of Santa Fe, $300,000 was from the county, Santa Fe County. Another $175,000 was from the state of New Mexico, and $140,000 was raised by individuals in the Santa Fe and Santa Fe County community. It was to preserve 4.5 acres at Old Pecos Trail and I-25 as the entrance into the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor.
Please conclude your statement.
Okay, well, $40,000 of that we sent to the south side for the trail along the river. But we have been working for over 23 years in preserving what is the entrance into Santa Fe. And we're hoping that this hearing tonight is just the beginning of finally putting some designation, historic and scenic, on this old trail that goes all the way down actually to the plaza. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one up is Rhonda Payne. Please go ahead and unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Payne. I live at 1616 Highland Street in Helena, Montana.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Let me swear you in, please. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Rhonda Payne, and I'm here to voice my support for the Old Pecos Estate subdivision. I was born and raised in Santa Fe, where I lived for more than 34 years before moving just 9 years ago with my husband and my 3 children from Santa Fe to Helena, Montana. I grew up on the property to be developed. I remember when Old Pecos Trail was a 2-lane road and we'd run across it to go swim at the townhouse. I have seen Santa Fe grow and change and watched the sprawl to the south occur, that part of town almost becoming a different community of its own. I'd like to see more infill within the city take place as an environmentally and socially sustainable way to accommodate growth and to breathe new life into areas of Santa Fe that I think have grown stale. I remember the Santa Fe of my youth, one in which my friends and I would meet up and ride bikes, go sledding in the Arroyo in winter, and trick-or-treat together. The Soley Lomas neighborhood was just that. It was a neighborhood. Over the years, the character of the neighborhood has changed. It's become quiet and closed off, with residents that adhere to the NIMBY, not in my backyard mentality. I want to mention thank you to Ms. Callahan, who lives in the plazas, for her testimony, reiterating just what I feel as well, that Santa Fe should not be unwelcoming. This development is low density and comparable to existing neighborhoods that surround the subject property. I believe that a subdivision design that is in keeping with Santa Fe's unique character can only add to the neighborhood, and to repeat a sentiment shared by Mr. Summers, the Santa Fe community as a whole. To bring new residents to an area that has been, in my eyes, in decline is necessary. All of the new growth in Santa Fe need not happen miles away from downtown, the hospital, etc. Some amount of growth near to these places should be allowed to occur. I believe this change will not affect the Scenic Corridor and instead will add to the neighborhood diversity and the diversity of Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. The next up to speak is Sean, no last name. Please feel free to unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Sean Weiner, my address is 2311 Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. My apologies.
Okay. Sean Weiner, 2311 Calle Halcon.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a few points. One, I'd like everybody to envision what it would be like for a garbage truck to try to back out of that one little exit off of Zia Road. I guess fire trucks don't have to get in, but I would think garbage trucks would have to get in. Another question I had is earlier, prior to this case, the hospital case had a certain number of feet, I thought, offset from an Arroyo. Why don't they have to be offsets on this particular Arroyo? I thought there were 18 feet when they were talking about St. Vincent, so maybe you can look at that. Also, on the site distance trees, can throw a lot of numbers around, but I think a picture says 1,000 words. Anyway, when you go into the entrance, they are not going to be cutting down chamisa. They're going to be cutting down pinon trees. So what I find ironic is cut down all the trees along Zia Road, but plant a whole bunch of trees along Opecos Trail. I mean, it's inconsistent. That line of sight, if you do a site visit, it's wrong. They will have to cut down trees. Also, it's just interesting that this old Pecos Trail, the reason the study hasn't happened is twice the staff has been asked to perform the old Pecos Trail study and get community input, and prior to 2015 and then also at the 2015 resolution, the reason that they had to have the resolution is, quote, this is per the Santa Fe Physical Impact Report 2707, quote, staff has been unable to locate any work product generated by earlier efforts that are identified in the resolution and anticipated the work would essentially have to start from scratch. That was in 2015, so they lost the work before 2015 and nothing's happened since 2015. And finally, Ann Lacey that just spoke a while ago, I found it interesting that when we talk about community, when they bought the 4.85 acres at I-25 and Opecos Trail, the city threw in money, the county threw in money, and the state put in money. If that's not community from local county and state government, I think that very well summarized the community input and the importance of the Opecos Trail Corridor.
Please conclude.
That's all I had.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Rick Martinez. Please feel free to unmute, state your name and address for the record.
Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to follow up on something Pat Dillis has said to you guys about the changes that were made on the future land use plan. Those changes can't be made unless council approves them. Staff cannot make those changes on their own. I just want to clarify that I didn't see any. I don't remember any point where council, the governing body, has done that on their own. I also wanted to kind of talk about the eastern portion of that property where the houses that put up on the eastern edge of that. Those houses can put up accessory dwelling units. That means those houses, the way the road configuration is, those houses are going to put up closer to the 75-foot limit. So you're going to have accessory dwelling units putting up closer. So that's going to be more of an obscure thing to there. I also want to follow up on something Carl Summers says that R1 is not, you can't do affordable units with R1. Yes, you can, because you're having anything over 10 units, you have to provide affordable housing. So I feel that is wrong. That this whole development can have affordable housing even under an R1 deal, and I'm just kind of disappointed in that. And I want to follow up on what Ann Lacey said. I was part of that. I've been following these corridors around town and trying to support the corridors because those public has participated in corridors around the city for a long, long time, and they help create these things. I helped create the West Santa Fe River Corridor, and if we're not respecting these corridors, I think something's wrong with this town if we're not respecting corridors at all. So I just want to follow up on that, but I just really feel it's important that corridors of Santa Fe going up here, and I just want to make sure that they are respected and that the governing body and the commissioners as well also respect it. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next to speak is Elizabeth Lee. Please state your name and address for the record, and please feel free to unmute.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Lee. I live at 2354 Santa Barbara Drive, Santa Fe.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
There's so much to cover. I appreciate all the commissioners' time. I don't see how you do this every meeting, focusing so late. It's way past my bedtime, but I'm going to try to stay focused here. First of all, the applicant's application fails to show that there's been a change in the surrounding area, altering the character of the neighborhood to such an extent as to justify changing the zoning. I strongly object to upping the zoning density to R3. R1 is appropriate. I do appreciate all the efforts to modify the development plan, but it's still, as one of the opponents stated, trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Infill in that lot, it just leads to more traffic. You can't walk to a grocery store here. You can't walk to a school. I do see some kids bike, and I worry about them on these roads. There's so much traffic that comes through the neighborhood from people trying to shortcut. There's a girl on a bike, she almost got hit, and I just can't even imagine the increase in traffic that's going to come through the neighborhood when Old Pecos Trail gets to be too much of a mess and people come through the back roads trying to get around all the chaos there. There are so many dog walkers here, elderly people with or without dogs, people on bikes. My neighborhood is very diverse. I don't know where the idea comes from that it's not, but adding 5 houses that are supposedly affordable for 10 years is not going to alter is not going to increase to a significant degree some mythical diversity in this area, in this part of town. It's only going to create dangerous situations for people who do use these neighborhood roads for recreation, for exercise, for socializing. I'm just strongly opposed, and please don't approve this R3 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public statements. There are no others wanting to speak.
Well, let's just see if there's anyone else on Zoom who wants to speak. If so, please raise your hand.
Here's that one person. Nope. They raised their hands and lowered it. So that's it.
So there's no one else, okay, there's no one else asking to speak, so we will now close the public meeting. Mr. Esquivel.
Madam Chair, hopefully this picks me up a little bit better. Members of the Commission, there are a few things that I need to clarify that were presented during the commentary. I think the applicant, and speaking with the applicant, is going to be addressing the HOA issue so that they have some architectural control. That is a condition that this body can place if they so choose to see it for final. Going back to the old scenic trail, you know, that the wording is actually pulled out of the general plan. That's on page 10 of the report that you guys have if you want to revisit that. So I'm not going to read it again. However, what it does say is that they're to work with staff to develop rules and regulations that actually define what that is, not just your setbacks or your architectural standards but everything, including how big that corridor is. There's no width to it. You don't know how deep it takes those lots, which lots are affected. It just doesn't say, there's nothing in place. So I can't enforce something that doesn't exist. Councilor Ives did provide me some documentation that I've never seen before. We will definitely take a look at it, and if it is something that was adopted by the governing body, we will try and place it back on the map. If it wasn't, then I don't think we can just be arbitrary and put something on a legal document that we can't enforce. So, but we'll take a look at that just for the record. We are, and I should have put, and I don't know if I included that in the memo. I spent a lot of time going over that review, and I was asked to put a condition that planting within that 75-foot that setback should be done. So if there's not a condition in place now, I am going to add that condition that removed trees shall be planted within that 75-foot setback of the South Central Highway Corridor. It should be done in a manner that doesn't create a problem for people leaving the site, but 75 feet is enough to actually be able to set that vegetation back far enough so that you're not compromising visibility of the triangle. So that condition will be worked in with our landscape design team so that we can achieve that goal. And I'd like to add that as a condition if it isn't there already. And I don't.
It's condition number 3. Additional landscaping shall be planted within the 75-foot setback along Old Pecos Trail.
Okay. I didn't see it while I was looking. I'm glad it's there. That takes care of that. I talked about the hatching on that low density. Let's see what the staff's role is. One of the things that came up was the staff's role, and it was brought up in a very negative way. But this body has seen many applications, and you've had to endure interpretations of Chapter 14 and various sections of Chapter 14, as well as various sections of the entire city code. Those of you who may have worked with Chapter 14, I refer to it, and I know this is not very well liked, but it's like an onion. It's got a lot of layers, and when you peel it, it's going to make you cry. It's a hard document to deal with. That means that there is no such thing as a perfect application. I have yet, in my 16 years of working with the city, been able to find, even for a simple building permit, to figure out how they're going to come up with a perfect application. There's always something they're missing. And through conditions, we are able to get them to comply. And our role as staff is to help applications come through so that they can achieve their goals. There's no difference here. So I understand that that's not liked when there's a lot of opposition, but if they come in for a building permit, or they want a shed, or they want something to their house, they're going to want my help. They're going to want the staff's help to be able to get a simple building permit, much less going through a zoning process, which is even more complicated, or a subdivision process, which includes a variety of chapters within the city code. So that is our role. We don't sit and say your application is not complete, you're denied. That just doesn't work very well. When it comes to density in guest houses, that was a good question that was brought up, and it was a good conversation, because there's not a lot of, it's hard to explain how the staff have to look at guest houses, or accessory dwelling units is a technical term. When it comes to density calculations, there is a mathematical calculation that we use that is directly following the table of dimensional standards within Chapter 14. And that gives us how we calculate how many dwelling units are actually put on the property. Guest houses, when you go to that section of Chapter 14, are exempt from that density calculation. So they don't get calculated on the density factor. They're just accessory structures identified as an accessory dwelling unit. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that when it comes to density, guest houses are not included. I guess with that, that's pretty much all that I picked up that really needed clarification. I know it's very, very late, so I will stand for any questions. I know that I'd like to welcome the two commissioners to their first meeting. Second meeting, well, I'd like to welcome you to you're doing a great job.
Both of them have been long meetings, too. So what I would like to inquire is, I would like to inquire of the commission, do you want to continue, or do you want to postpone this?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Smith?
I would like to postpone it. I mean, there's just so much information we've taken on board. It's complicated. I think we need to think about it. And it is 5 minutes of 12 where you are. It's 5 minutes of 2 where I am. But that's my problem.
Commissioner Chair Clow, we had the screen up showing that we had no hands raised.
Yeah, I saw the screen, there's no hand raised.
I'm not sure what Mr. Farber, what his technical issues are, but we all saw the screen and his hand was not up.
And it's still not raised.
And, Madam Chair, if there is to be a vote to postpone it, it does need to be a motion and a second.
Yes, I understand that. Can you pull up the Zoom again so we can see that there's no hands raised? You see Mr. Farber on there?
Yes, he's on there. Go further down.
We can see Mr. Farber's name, but his hand is not raised. Well, I would suggest we reopen the public hearing and let Mr. Farber speak, and then I think, this is the second time we've had this problem with him, so somehow someone needs to teach him how to press the right button, I guess.
Madam Chair, there actually is a motion on the floor. You'd have to deal with that first before you. Oh, I thought, did you make?
No, there's no motion.
Oh, okay.
He was just.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. Also, just to add to that, if you are thinking of postponement, there was a request several times. If the commission wants to go on a site visit, if you are going to postpone, this would be the time to schedule that. Otherwise, we will not, and we'll just continue the meeting at the next one.
Okay, let's let Mr. Farber talk, and then can you promote him?
I have promoted him. Please unmute Mr. Farber. State your name and address for the record. You do have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My hand has been raised this entire meeting, and this is the second time that this has been happened to me. I know how to use Zoom, and so I think it's a concern that I will write again about. I would like to thank you all for your patience for this evening.
Mr. Farber, you need to be sworn in, so please give your name and address, and Melissa will swear you in.
My name is Stephen Farber. I live at 2351 Boathoff Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been a resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico since 1974.
Thank you.
And,
Mr. Farber, do you swear under the penalty of
Yes.
perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so this is the second time this has happened. I know how to use Zoom, and my hand has been raised the entire meeting. And the last meeting, when I wasn't called on, I saw Ms. Moore's conduct. But let me go. I appreciate your patience, Chair, running this meeting the way you have. I really, truly, deeply do, and I appreciate the patience of all of the members of the commission. I know how hard it is to sit where you're sitting, because I did it for 4 years. I served on the Charter Review Commission, and I served on the Regional Charter Commission. I'd like to tell you that I want to incorporate into my very brief time all the comments that were made, particularly those by Valerio Romero, Randy Bell, Bruce Throne, Penn Lafarge, Lucia, Peter Eyes, Elena, and Rick Martinez, and everybody else who urged you to recommend disapproval of this rezoning change. This history goes back to 1992 and beyond that. I ran for the city council in 1992, and one of my principal planks was I would oppose the widening of Old Pecos Trail. Now, we lost that vote in a divided vote on the city council. But back then, it was an issue about what would happen with Old Pecos Trail. And the way in which Old Pecos Trail got designed was in large part because of the opposition that we raised about the change to that entryway into Santa Fe. And I do, and I'm sorry to have to, what Mr. Escobar would say would be negative, but the staff and the city attorney's office and the land use make rules as they go along. Number one, on the notice of agenda, there is absolutely no instruction to anybody that they can upload photos, maps, plats, or whatever. Yes, you can put in written comments, but you can't upload documents, and there's absolutely nothing that says send documents to the city attorney's office. Pat Lillis had the original 1999 general land use plan, which showed the Pecos Scenic Corridor on it. And the city attorney would not allow her to provide to you a copy of that original plan showing that back in 1999, it was clearly on that map, and it's not easily seen online. You have in prior meetings allowed this. There's no cross-examination allowed. It was disadvantage to you to not be able to allow Bruce Throne, who has spent huge amount of time developing issues and concerns about why this is such an important issue. The city portal needs to be changed to make it more consumer-friendly and more citizen-friendly. The limited time to speak, where people have to cede time in order to be able to allow somebody to be able to make a cogent statement to you, I think is a violation of due process of law. It's on appeal in the
Mr.
Zia
Farber,
Station.
please conclude your statement.
See, you get cut off by Ms. Moore. The administration needs to take notice of the land use plan, and you need to pay attention to the really fundamental concept of due process of law. It's on appeal in the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals denied the city and Zia Station's motion to dismiss the appeal. So there are concerns. I have been here.
Mr. Farber, could you please wrap up?
Trying to be involved, I will. Trying to be involved in civic affairs, probably not there, but probably longer than everybody else who's on the Planning Commission. I don't want to fight City Hall. City Hall should be fighting for the residents of the city. We shouldn't. It's what I've been doing my entire professional career. I'd like to stop it, but I'd like the city to fight for us rather than us having to fight for you. We need to preserve it. You never would have gotten that award from National Geographic if the Height Amendment, which I authored, had not been approved in 1992 and then reaffirmed in 1996. We have a rich history in this community.
Mr.
and it
Farber,
needs to
could
be
you
preserved.
please, one
Thank you.
sentence more, thank you.
Well, Janet, thank you. I appreciate the way in which you've conducted the hearing, I really do. And I know it's a typical job for all of you, but this is important. This is really important, as are all of the zoning issues that come before you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Farber, just so you know, your hand did not show that it was raised, and at the last meeting, the same thing happened. So I don't know what's going on, but we're all of us were looking at it, and your hand was not being shown as being raised.
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to continue?
Yes, please do.
Motion to continue.
Until the next meeting? A date certain?
Next meeting, if it's consistent with the,
Yes, the next meeting is scheduled for August 4th at 6 p.m.
that would be fine, August 4th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. With regard to the motion and the second, can I seek clarification regarding a site visit?
Yeah, I think if the commission wants to do a site visit, then a site visit could be set up.
I believe it might be too late to set up a site visit for that date because of our notice requirement.
Okay.
That if you wanted to do that, we could, you could delay until the August 18th meeting, I believe. And that would give enough time to do notice if you decided that that was something that you did want to do a site visit.
We'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you
So-
for consideration.
So we're looking to postponing until August 18th.
You'd still need a second on that.
Is there a second?
I believe somebody seconded, but I don't know who did. Was it Commissioner Morondo seconded the motion?
Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any comments, or should we take a roll call?
Madam Chair, if you would want to continue any of the public comment, I think now would be a time to, if you would like to continue to accept written public comment.
I think what I would suggest is that the public comments are closed, but that we will accept written comments, because I know there's been concern that people did not know how to do that, and so they can contact staff to make sure that anything they want to submit, they can submit by
August 15th.
By August 15th.
Would be the written.
Okay. So all written comments need to be submitted by August 15th. So roll call?
Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Ball?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mirando?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And I guess, do we need to address the issue with the site visit, or does there need to be a vote on that, or if there's just,
Chair, I believe you can decide that as the chair. However, if you would like to have a vote, you can do that.
I guess just to show of hands, who would like a site visit? And Commissioner Lawrence and Commissioner Smith?
I do not believe that a site visit is necessary.
And I could benefit from one.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and do a site visit. And note on the site visit, there can be no conversations.
Correct, and it will be noticed. I don't think that we'll be able to do it the same day as the meeting, but we will do it before the meeting, just for scheduling issues. We'll have to see when people are available. Right, and it's not, yes, there are no conversations with the public or with other commissioners. It's just a staff-guided visit to look at the property.
Okay. Moving on to staff communications.
Chair Clow, members of the commission.
Yes.
My only communication would be to thank Dan Escabel for his work on this case, and my other staff and support here in land use.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the whole commission feels they've done a great job. Good presentations, lots of hard work, a lot of very dense projects. No. Just commissioners go.
There is no communication. I'm not sure. I've never done a site visit. We'll have to see how this works. But there are no conversations.
Okay, now we, matters from the commission. Any matters from the commission? No?
Can you please take your conversations outside? The meeting is not over yet.
Commissioner Lawrence or Commissioner Smith, any matters? No? Okay, do we have?
Not at this time, thank you.
Yes?
No.
Okay.
Not here. Not here.
Okay, so do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second that motion.
Okay, do we need to take a roll call? No. We're adjourned.